72 damage both times. Both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Right, but why are his cards green? He got there!
Oh.
Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello, everybody, and wow, okay. Hello, everybody.
Excited.
I'm excited already. And welcome back to another day of America's Grandmasters. Today is Sunday, which means it's the final day of the regular season, final week of week 3. Our regular season is 3 weeks long. It's the final day of the regular season. My name is CJ. I'm joined by Neil Lorinda Bond, and he's going to be helping me. We're going to be helping each other guide you all through the final day of action. Who's going to make it to playoffs? Who's going to make it to that top 4? We will find out today. Neil, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good. Been actually watching all the other, what are they? Regions? That's the word I'm looking for. Good start. Well done. And if anything like that happens here, it's going to be an exciting day. We're going to resolve at least most of the things today, and then we'll see how that goes with the tiebreakers at the end of the day, see who wins these matches. But there will be some people definitely needing wins today. It'll be great to see if they can make it into that top 2, top 4, top 8, all 3 stages, resulting in progressively better advantages for the rest of the season and the rest of the year.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty high stakes Hearthstone today. We have a lot going on in terms of the things I mentioned, plus, you know, players narrowly on the edge of top 8, a lot of tiebreakers going on. But we'll try to break things down as best we can as the day progresses. But for now, let's talk about last year's standing. We've seen throughout the weekend, so you don't need too much of a refresher. But basically, it's a best of 5 match. Players bring 4 decks. You ban 1. The winning deck must be used again for the next game, and the losing deck is eliminated. So you have this Q, counter Q, Q, counter Q type strategy going on, and at the end of the day, Druid wins. That feels like what happens.
Yep, and we've seen both sides of that on Americas this week. The Friday, people are losing their first counter queue, so they just lose 3-0 in that instance because you've lost your counter queue. If you can't win that, what can you win? And then yesterday, we basically went 3-2 all the way, where it was exactly as TJ said, the person to win first, then it gets countered, then that gets countered, then that gets countered, then that gets countered. And then we pay out some money, TJ, depending on the number of matches you've won.
Oh, yeah. $500 per match win, which equates to 1
billion.
3.3? No, that's not right. Some amount of 166.6 per game win.
Depends how many games you win.
Well, if you have to win 3 to win a match, that never changes.
Oh, if you lose 2, you don't get paid for those games.
Yeah,
if you win 3 and lose, if you win 2 and lose 3, you don't get paid. So it becomes a bit awkward. But yes, 166.67 per game win in matches that you win.
Yep. And this one's
nothing per game win matches.
A little bit easier.
This one's even harder.
I guess so. You get 0.33 repeating points per game win, unless you lose the series, then you get 0.
Yes.
But to break it down in simple terms, if you win the series, you get 0.33 points for every game that you won during that series, which is always 3. So it's always a point. Funny how that works. But let's take a look at a recap from yesterday. We had a GamerRvg versus Killing All Day. Killing All Day, fight for his life as soon as the week started. Came in with 0 points. Did make the series close. It was a pretty exciting series overall. Quite back and forth, but it did come down to that game 5. And of course, at the end, Druid always wins. I thought this was a very well-played series from GamerRvg. He was a player that we hadn't seen too much of coming into Grandmasters this year, and so, you know, there was a big question mark for me as to whether or not he'd perform. And he did have some weird plays, right, in the first couple weeks.
Yes.
But I think he performed exceptionally yesterday, knocked Killing out of Grandmasters, and now is in a great spot to even qualify for a top 4 if he makes it all the way today.
And Pun versus Frozen. No idea what happened in this game. Too busy making puns about Frozen and Frozen puns. But Pun did come out victorious eventually. Quite easily too, I think. First time we really see Pun get it done on camera, I felt.
Yeah, and pretty big deal because he was also fighting for his life coming into this week. Only came into the week with 2 points, but now is guaranteed 5. So if Pun wins the next season at 6 points, which puts him into the top 8 guaranteed, could even earn up to 7 points, which there is a chance that would get him a top 4 spot, depending on tiebreakers. And who ultimately ends up at 7 total points with him. Then we had Pascoa versus No Hands Gamer. Pascoa has been on fire, specifically with this weapon rogue. It seems to always be finding him wins. He finds every little edge that he can muster with that deck, and it's resulting in the narrowest of victories. And in last Hero Standing, that's all that matters, because if you can win one unfavorable, a lot of times you're looking at a couple favorables. Or sometimes, in the case of Pascoa, you could be looking at 3 unfavorables and screw it, win them all. 3-0.
Absolutely.
Right?
Particularly in Game 5, where his starting hand was terrible. But we've seen how this plays out, and you were just going, well, he obviously wins this one, and then he just did. Yep. This chat also noticed that, I think, yesterday. Pun in particular was picking on Pascoa's the fact he's had pretty good draws with his weapon rogue. So if that comes down to a Pun Pascoa final, you better believe he's going to be terrified of that weapon rogue.
Well, DimitriKazov tweeted earlier, like, I have 3 favorables versus weapon rogue, but I probably have to ban it anyway because I just can't beat that deck. That's honestly how it feels with Pascoa. It feels like no matter what you do, he's gonna win. You ooze right away. You Viper his weapon on 3, doesn't matter, right? He just finds the direct damage. He close scabs and then kills you. You don't find Viper. Well, he didn't find weapon. Doesn't matter. He kills you anyway. Mm-hmm. And then you don't find Viper. He does find weapon. Those seem to be the closest games.
Then he finds another weapon.
Yeah, then he finds another weapon. I don't know why I'm blurry today. I apologize. I haven't been blurry all weekend. I guess it is.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just like super sharp, and you're the normal amount of blurry.
Maybe.
Been called sharp.
Maybe I'm not blurry at all. Maybe it's everybody simultaneously that's watching the stream, plus me and you having blurry vision. That could be it. That explains it.
I think that's it.
But
it's only a one eye.
We've talked at length, and now I think it's time for us to set up this first matchup of the day. GamerRvg versus Pun. Both of these players are new to Grandmasters as of this season, and both are looking at a potential top 4, which means it wouldn't be their last season of Grandmasters, which would be incredibly impressive. New Grandmasters within the America system have been pretty hit or miss. Usually we have one that impresses us a lot and stays in, and it seems like the other 3 end up fighting for relegation. That's honestly what it's felt like for some time now for newly promoted players.
Broke that a little bit last season with Bantery Face and Dimitri, but I do agree that in general it's just been one who's risen to the top and the others have been sort of scared.
Dimitri was on the edge a little bit. Even though he was performing well, he still had some scary weeks towards the end. So it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for Dimitri. But if you look at our top 4 today in the final week of the regular season, 3 of those players are newly promoted, with Pascoa, GamerRvg, and Pun. And the 4th is relatively newly promoted in DimitriKazov. So the only other player that was promoted in this term, or whatever you want to call it, was Leandro Leal, who did have a tough season, but showed some promise in the few games that he played, especially with his willingness to break the meta. And if you're going to come in as a new Grandmasters, you either do one thing. You impress us with good play or you impress us with risk taking. And all 4 of the new Grandmaster. Well, I'm not throwing Kayla's Luna in there because he was already a Grandmaster last season, but got relegated and re-promoted. And I think all 4 checked those boxes in some way or another. So.
Yep, absolutely, and it was good to see it. I think we finally got to the point with America's Grandmasters now where, we're proud of each and every one of them every match. So looking forward to. Oh, hang on, this is the last regular season Sunday, so get that thought. But they'll be playing well in Masters tours, working out how to get their chance to World Championships. But today is about getting to the World Championships a different way through the playoff system, and GamerRvg has got this lineup which. Reasonably standard. We have got the Quest Rogue, which we've not seen much of here in Americas, but it was popular in particular in APAC. And he's going to be starting off on the deck that is kind of the deck of the week because Druid gets banned a lot. It's this Demon Hunter.
Yep. And it looks like both players are going to be queuing the Demon Hunter in game 1 here.
Oh.
So we're going to get a good old-fashioned Demon Hunter mirror. But I've been a pretty big fan of this deck, at least in competitive play. It's crazy. It's one of those decks that does have a pretty high skill cap, and knowing each individual matchup and what your win condition is, since there's a good amount, can be tough, like recognizing it on the fly. And also in a tournament environment, it just seems like a better deck because knowing what your opponent can do and knowing your opponent's deck list helps you a lot with this particular deck. When to go in with, say, Glide, when to go in with Jace and Expendable Performers, that type of thing. On ladder, this deck suffers, even at the higher end of Legend, right? There's it doesn't have that high of just like a raw win rate. And so it's crazy. It's not often that we see those types of decks perform quite well in competitive play with such a poor ladder statistics.
Part of the problem on ladder is that Druid exists, whereas you're allowed to ban the Druid in this format, so that helps a lot.
We still see some players play Demon Hunter and don't ban Druid. That still happens.
Well, we did see them, but incredibly, they've all vanished over the course of the week.
Oh, weird.
Can't think why.
Yeah. Weird. And Pun, we talked about, he's got quite a good record in Masters Tours. You know, even though he just qualified in this season, like this is his first season and he's was promoted. He's been a consistent performer in Masters Tours, just never had like the deep enough runs in order to make it into Grandmasters. But 30-22, 63.3% win rate is quite impressive for a Masters Tour win rate.
Yeah, and it wasn't that long ago that I remember no one really had heard of Pun. We're going back a year and a half, 2 years now. And somebody found him streaming. Oh, he was rank 1 legend and considering streaming or something. People go, well, you're rank 1 legend. Why don't you just stream? You will get viewers. And yeah, somebody raided him and yeah, got viewers and ran up quite a lot of streams. I don't know if he still streams as much, but it was something that was quite surprising, sort of the lack of, oh, really? I should probably do this thing. Yes, you're good. You should probably show us. And yep, he is also playing this same deck, same list, I think. I didn't do a double jump count because I was busy doing a Viper count. Pretty sure.
I think they're the same.
The same. Yep, 1 double jump each. Sometimes that changes. Goes to 2 double jumps, 1 Illidari studies, but this is the more standard list, I feel.
Yeah. With only 4 outcast cards in the deck, cutting 1 double jump can oftentimes be beneficial, considering that, you know, you're only twice as likely to draw a double jump than the actual out card itself. Mm-hmm. But I generally agree that just having access to like on-demand potential glide in many matchups is more important. And I understand Illidari studies can do the same thing, but at a much lower rate. Like double jump, assuming you haven't drawn any of your outcast cards, is a 50-50, whereas Illidari studies is somewhere around like 30%, I believe, considering
That's right.
the actual number of outcast cards period that exists in the game. So little less than 30%, I think.
And even if you don't get the glide that you're usually looking for, the spectral sight is very often a quest completion, etc. So, you know, just a nice card to have in there. But I think people probably got sick of drawing the second one when it was redundant, and I can understand that. But then, if you're in a position where you've drawn all of your card draw and your double jumps, you're probably just in a good spot anyway. So, it's a close call, but it's one that seems to, over experience, have come down on the side of the Illidari studies. And quite often these things aren't calculable. You just do it by multiple good players playing the deck repeatedly until they're comfortable one way or the other.
Yep.
Right. Nobody's going to be racing particularly fast through their quests here. Curious to see what GamerRvg does on turn 1. Is the immediate intrigue. One of the reasons for that is if you happen to top deck your need for greed, you would like the coin available to you, is one of the going theories.
Yeah, but on the play, I think you almost never quest on one. There's very little downside unless you're playing against a deck where you have a must-kill target on turn 2, where you would need to use like a hero power plus a Fell Screen Blast, that kind of thing. Like a Trog, for instance. But against, in the Demon Hunter mirror, I think that you almost never quest on one. And GamerRvg, quest on one of the camp that he wants to have the potential for the need for greed, like you mentioned. Also, if you top deck Spectral Sight, you can Spectral Sight and coin a tradable, something along those lines.
All right, let's see what he gets. Oh. Well, that buries that glide for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Also, another thing to note, in most scenarios, the extra 1 attack on your Kurtrus doesn't matter.
Yeah.
One of the scenarios where it does matter is if your opponent goes for an early Magtheridon and you need to have like that 6 attack in order to kill it. But he doesn't even have Kurtrus in his open hand. Yeah, he's just getting stuff out of the way, trying to get that glide over to the far left.
Which will expose him a little bit to Magtheridon, but as we can see, Pun is having his own issues here in terms of this turn. Really awkward if he wants to Chaos Strike. He wouldn't be able to do anything else on the quest. If he Illidari studies, who knows what might happen. Plus, it's a bit early for studies. You'd rather do it on turn 4 in case you get into a glide. So I guess you Chaos Strike and see where you stand. And you stand in a quagmire.
Ooh, a quagmire.
Yep.
A large word. Well done.
Yeah. Bit of a swampy early word.
Yeah, you're getting our large word quota ticked off really early on in the game.
Well, we've got to balance it because we've got Pun playing, and we're not good at short names here in the Americas region. APAC, short names. Europe, short names. We have No Hands Gamer and McBanterface and Language Hacker. Things that whenever I do the stats sheet just take forever to type. Right, Magtheridon and nothing. Yeah, that's a really grim glide.
All right. Well, both players don't have a whole lot to do. Pun does have Illidari studies to try and find some draw. GamerRvg is doing a whole lot of nothing for a little bit of time here. Oh, Spectral Sight.
Okay. Wants to get his own first quest.
Probably do that.
Yeah, and then you probably do it again, much against your will. Really nasty to get rid of both your Spectral Sights this earlier, because at some point you're going to get glid, you want your card draw in your deck, or you're going to glide yourself. You want your card draw in your deck to recover from that, but if he doesn't play it now, then he wastes a quest.
Demons?
It's a big deal.
Demons.
He's seen a glide, that might influence his decision as well.
I don't know if it's worth it, to be honest. I think it is. That's my first instinct. But you could argue that like having the Spectral Sight still in your hand / deck
Yeah.
might make for easier quest completion later on. But so would having additional mana. And so getting it out of the way now just to get that first completion ticked over is quite good. And with this hand, he's probably wouldn't be too opposed to Glide anyway, just because he is lacking some things to do outside of Kurtrus. Like Jason, expendable performers are not going to be what he wants at this stage. It needs quite a bit of time before he plays that. Double jump for GamerRvg. So it is a 50-50, or not a 50-50, 66.6 to hit the Spectral Sight. But if he hits Glide, he's doing nothing this turn. And then Glide will likely get blocked because we only have 5 mana left next turn.
The other option is Jam Magtheridon.
Yeah.
Which he can't clear up the 1/3s from.
Well, so you can jam Magtheridon and then go like a hero power on one of them. Mm-hmm. So then next turn you can. Ooh, actually,
so
no,
I got stuck.
Awkward.
Yeah, I got stuck there too. You can barrage 2 of them.
It could. He might be expecting a Glide now, and he might get glid into an answer.
Another thing it does is it eliminates Pun's ability to dump some of the garbage. Looking at you, Immolation Aura. That's just in his hand now. Can't play it. I mean, he can, but it wouldn't end well.
Yeah. So, Pun's Kurtrus is currently at 4. So he could do something like Hero Power and then equip Aldraki Warblades. And then next turn, if Magtheridon is broken open, he can just swing with the Aldraki Warblades and then Kurtrus. And his demons from Kurtrus would be 6/4s, so he'd be able to answer the Magtheridon in this exact situation that I talked about earlier, which I said doesn't happen often, but apparently it does.
Yeah, I mean, that's first rule of casting, is if it can't happen, it will.
Yep, I like this play a lot. He plays around Glide slightly by dumping the Fury and goes for the attack first so he doesn't waste 2 swings for the Aldraki Warblades. The Aldraki Warblades is important in general because it does give him the option to swing first, then Kurtrus to get those buffs up. So I think that's a nice little play by Pun. All right, well, that is a clear for Magtheridon. He could go just Fury and then Talented Arcanist Fell Barrage. And having the double jump in his back pocket here can allow him to refill after he
also relevant
from his hand.
To Pun's play here is GamerRvg's down to 17, and there's a Jace in Pun's hand. Now, he hasn't cast many spells, so it's not going to be great, but going forwards, that's a thing that might just win the game. We have seen it where one of the sides just kills the other person because they don't heal. It's such a weird matchup in that regard. Not expecting it to happen. Usually what happens is GamerRvg will find a way to heal, and then Jace will have to wait because it's not doing enough damage. But there are elements here, especially with performers in hand as well. Pun could just win the game at some point in the next 3 or 4 turns by accident almost. Love it when I accidentally win games.
Oh, yeah. Accidentally winning games is the best way to win games.
Do that in chess all the time. Just checkmate my opponent. Like, oh, is it check? Thanks. Glad there's a computer here to tell me I won because I didn't know.
Well, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, let's not play that card this turn. I would recommend not doing that.
Swing plus Kurtrus is so clean.
Okay. Okay. He's gone quiet. That's a sign of a quiet TJ. Maybe he's trying to get the minions to stick on the board from the...
There's only 2, though.
Yeah, but his opponent's on 14.
Yeah, but he would have to Kurtrus, and then he'd only get 1 hero power anyway.
Yeah, but when he Curtises, he's just going to have some big boys on the board that may not be removable. As in, if one of them hits face ever, it's kind of the end of the game. I'm also surprised, but that might be the thinking. Okay, let's see if he goes with Kurtrus and just goes for the big boy play that I'm talking about. Oh,
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to work out.
also has Fury Jace next turn available too with that pickup.
Yep.
So if there's no health gain here for GamerRvg, he could end up in trouble, but he has got the Jace. Got a barrage at least in there. Some other bits, I think. Got a need for greed. He's got ways out yet.
Yeah, GamerRvg's is a Chaos Strike, a Fel Barrage, an Immolation Aura, and a Fel Scream Blast, and a Fury.
Hey. Yeah. Putting 2 7/4s on the board and saying you need to clear these or you've lost.
Yep. Oh, is that a Kurtrus? Nice.
It is.
He knows that he's not dead to Jace on the other side, because there has not been a Fel Barrage played from Pun's side. He's played both of his Furies at rank 2, so that's 6, and he's played a Chaos Strike, that's 8. That's it. I assume his demons are big enough. I think they're probably 6s at this point. He's hero powered most of the turns.
Yeah, he's definitely got them at least 4s, which is the important thing.
Oh, they are 4s. Okay. Well, that's good then. He always had the option to attack before if he really needed to beef him up.
Better off getting those honourable kills though, because it makes absolutely no difference.
Yeah.
It's nice. Studies. I wonder if he's tempted to go for minions here.
You could self-glide.
Yeah, I like
or
this.
get rid of a valuable resource, get some information as well. It's tough because he doesn't really want to get rid of any of these, honestly. Well, maybe that's not true. But he's got 2 sources of card draw on a Jace. If he gets rid of Jace, he knows he's getting glid. Because regardless, he could trade away the need for greed if it was on the left. And the glide would be in outcast vision no matter what. And so he knows that he could just draw right back into Jace pretty easily with what he has in hand. So like that Star Student Selena was not that great considering every option is still available to GamerRvg.
Yeah, I was wondering if this was Vengeful Spirit just because it's got the biggest numbers. It was all horrible. Yeah, forget the ability. It's just another thing on the board.
Yeah.
Now he's going to... Well, he was going to get cleared. Now he might not.
I don't think he can really afford to go for Glide here. He might just have to Expendables himself.
Yeah.
The perfect amount of health on board to be able to hold on to him, but Pun has the Immolation Aura as the answer. And then GamerRvg would be out of like big win condition type things. No Performers, no Magtheridon. Still with Jace available, however, which is big. And I think this is necessary considering if he doesn't, he dies. And if the expendable performers on the other side of this live, then he's all of a sudden opened up a ton of damage for himself next turn.
Shadows grow long.
Yep. And they will. Whole team of performers. Which will get blown up, but you know, they're expendable. Oh, this is a really
As I mentioned-
easy game.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. 8 damage is in this Jace. Something to keep in mind.
Yep.
The answer is
But-
here.
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, and you've got to expect GamerRvg to start drawing his own Warblades soon as well, so it would just be waste. I think we're now in the situation where it might be Immolation or a self-glide here, just to get a different hand and forget the Jace for a while.
Wouldn't even mind equipping Eldrazi Warblades as well.
That's also a thing.
Be perfect mana expenditure. You wouldn't have mana to play anything else, but I like that. The only thing is, you know, there's a glide cast position on the other side. So it kind of wasted discounts in that sense, but your hand would just be at 4. So it wouldn't really be that big of a deal. You'd lose the discounts, but you'd still be at the same amount of cards. It's just going to go in with the Jace right now.
Right.
And if assuming I count correctly, this is just 8 damage.
Just you're pretty hot on the old Jace counting. Yep. Always trust TJ on Jaces. Especially on Sundays.
Does put him at a pretty crucial breakpoint of 8 life, which is a Talented Arcanist plus Fel Barrage. And he knows that GamerRvg is playing off the top. But does have
Old move, Cotton. You could Arcanist and need. Well, need, then Arcanist, with a plan to Arcanist. Or he can glide. Maybe because he thinks this is a setup. Warblades, Fury, that's important.
Fel Barrage kills the...
Yeah, it's perfect, kind of. Barrage, Warblades, Fury, get yourself out of the danger zone. Might even just
I
hero
don't think he
power.
needs the Fury now. I think he can just Hero Power, yeah.
Yeah.
1 health I don't think makes a difference unless he's around specifically Talented Arcanist Fel Barrage.
Which, looking at the bottom hand, with a need for greed in there. It costs 5 though, so. Double barrage available.
Yep, Talented Arcanist off the top is lethal. Screen Blast is not, and if you need for greeds, he wouldn't have enough mana.
I think he's used both spectrals from memory, although that is from memory, not from any tracking devices.
He did, yeah, he used them both on the same turn to complete the first quest. Okay, Immolation Aura is not. You can put him quite low, or he could just glide.
Yeah. I think put him low and glide next turn now is where you're at. He's used his Jace, so these barrages really need to do more than 4 each.
Well, Glide does have a lot of value right now because he knows that Kurtrus is in hand on the other side.
That is true.
So he could go like 1 Fel Barrage, Glide.
He doesn't have a whole lot of damage left, does he?
Whoa. No, he doesn't. He has both Talented Arcanists. No Furies, no Jace,
No performers.
no Performers. And this just leveled up to a rank 3 Fury, so some additional healing going on. That would be 8 total healing this turn, bring him up to 18, which is safe from pretty much anything. It would also, he'd be playing Kurtrus, which puts him a minion on the board to block the Fel Barrage. Both Immolation auras are now gone. There's a lot of stuff gone from Pun.
It doesn't just block the barrage, it also forces them to be played without an Arcanist just to get rid of the 7/7, because that's a pretty meaty minion if you don't get rid of it.
Shadows grow long.
So I think he's just looking for alternative plays. Plus, does he want to play the Dreadeye as well to sort of protect the Jace a little bit?
Yeah, the Dreadeye. Dreadeye played himself this week by going 0-2.
The Dreadeye, so bad. It's a Deadeye. Dreadeye, of course, as you say.
Yeah, no performer, so you can throw Deadeye out to absorb some damage. Immolation Aura's not there.
Arcanist
It's not
is.
even close.
I mean, he can clear the board now. Barrage, Alchemist, Arcanist, Barrage again. Is it clear?
Oh, this glide feels so bad. He could get it un-outcasted by drawing the card next turn. Well, he's a Kurtrus behind. The only card he has left is Magtheridon. He actually doesn't have, like... He has Arcanist Fellscream Blast as his only way to activate Magtheridon. No Immolation Ores, no Jace. Spectrosight, nice pickup. Just looking for draw at the moment. Okay, there's Jace. Ooh, okay. So he has a rank 2 Fury, a rank 3 Fury, 1 Chaos Strike, so that's 9. He has double Immolation Aura, 1 Fellscream Blast.
Amidst the flames,
He has both Fell Barrages. Not lethal, but pretty darn close.
Yeah. He's getting faster and faster. Yeah, 9 damage after all that.
Yeah, I don't think
At
you
11.
to trade the Need for Greed because it's 3 mana next turn anyway. And he could draw the rest of his deck. Remaining cards for GamerRvg. He's got double Illidari Studies still left. A Fellscream Blast, a Chaos Strike, Viper, Warblades, and a Need for Greed. That's his last 7 cards.
Nobody's got anything. How are they going to finish the game?
Well, GamerRvg has double studies, which can find damage in the form of Gnarg. But they're just going to smack each other. That's the game right now. Yeah.
Or tickle each other by the look of this.
Yeah, Pun is the only one with significant healing left with access to a talented Arcanist and a Fellscream Blast.
And GamerRvg is the only one with any sort of damage left.
Okay, double
Studies.
studies. Or not double studies, just a single studies. Looking for Gnarg. Dreadlord's Bite is damage.
It is. It's a lot of damage because it's 3. Which is 30% of Pun's health total right now. And you Chaos Strike, and then you get another Studies, and then you find a little bit more damage, and you tickle him until he goes to 0.
Yeah, so that's 5, 6, 7 damage that he has available to him right now. If he Chaos Strikes into Illidari Studies and find... Oh no, he
has?
outcast the... Oof. Okay, if he had found Gnarg, it would have been lethal.
I'm running low on cards.
Got 1 card left, he might lose in fatigue. Jam that Viper.
Yeah, Viper's good at this stage.
I'm running low on cards.
Jam it. It's such a huge health swing. It's a 3/4. It's killing a weapon that heals. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I just don't think Pun wins from this spot unless he glides into Talented Arcanist Fellscream Blast, right?
I've never been so excited about a 1/1 and a 3/4.
Oh no, but GamerRvg has nothing left. Oh no, that's a bad draw. Because now he can't combo Talented Arcanist with Fellscream Blast.
Okay. Pun's kind of... Yeah, I see what you mean. He's kind of dead.
He's not dead.
Well, yeah, he's not, but...
He can like Fell Screen Blast, Fell Barrage, and then glide into Viper, and that shuts off a lot of damage. GamerRvg's last card is Need for Greed, so he's in a position where he can fatigue. But he's out of healing. And now he has no way to actually activate his Magtheridon as well. He didn't find Viper.
What a stuff.
So he knows that this can't die unless GamerRvg would throw the weapon attack into it, which he never would.
5
I just
damage.
don't know how. So Pun can't win now, right?
I
He
think
just
so, unless
gets
he can
put
not
down to
lose.
2 with no healing left.
Yeah.
And GamerRvg, he doesn't have enough damage to force GamerRvg to take fatigue. Wait, no.
Can he do something clever with a glide for fatigue?
Yeah. How much fatigue did he take there? He took 2 ticks.
He took a
That's
tick from
1,
the glide, then a
2.
tick on the draw.
So glide would be 3 plus 4 plus 5 on the next draw. That's 7. 12. And then Chaos Strike Hero Power plus the attack. He can't get the glide into outcast position.
But he is getting damage from this Chaos Strike, and he should be able to play the next card, which he can. He can play the Dread Eye.
He
Play the glide.
So 3 plus 4 plus 5, so that's 12. 13 with the Talented Arcanist. 14, 15, 16, 17. Is it 17 damage? Is he 1 off?
That's what I make it to, but
Oh, he gets the attack. That is lethal.
yeah.
That's lethal. Because he gets the attack and the hero power reset. Because GamerRvg will tick for 3, then 4, then 5. Oh no, he has 3 cards left?
Yeah, he didn't play his weapon on purpose, or anything on purpose to protect against this. It's just a 3 then 4.
Oh, it's just a 3, then 4. Oh, that was so close. GamerRvg not playing the Fell Screen Blast there and like trying to heal and get greedy or pre-play the weapon was actually incredibly smart. A lot of players would have just dumped it there because they're like, oh, I need every health that I can get. But the Fell Screen Blast was worth 1 point of healing. And by keeping a card in hand for Glide was worth 5 points of healing. So recognizing that in that situation was actually really clutch. So Pun actually had a good setup himself, thinking, all right, if he plays a card, like if he just dumps Fell Screen Blast, and putting the Talented Arcanist on board, also smart. He had no spells left in deck that could even get there, and getting that 1 extra attack from the hero power was clutch. Everything at the end there was quite good in terms of both players like calculating their outs. Pun realized that he'd go for fatigue because he was so far ahead, realizing that saving the glides up until that point forces GamerRvg to draw like more into fatigue each time he plays it once he's out of cards. Just a good sequence of events to finish things off there. Well done, I'd say. Obviously, GamerRvg came on top of that one, but that was a cool little sequence at the end with both players kind of showing off their knowledge of the game state.
Yeah, it's the first time I've actually got to see the glide thing in action. I've known about it a long time. I've seen it a little bit in testing. I knew it existed. But it's such a high-stakes game. It's nice for it to turn up there and both players be mega aware of it and play around it or with it, depending on your side.
My damage calculations were based on GamerRvg actually playing the Fell Screen Blast.
Fell Screen Blast,
That was my first instinct, because then he would have drawn an extra card. So that's why I called the lethal there, because I was like, oh yeah, there's no way he just holds. But he did, and it was incredibly smart. So well done to GamerRvg. Now Pun's got to move over to the Libram Paladin. Which we've actually seen this matchup go the way of Libram Paladin quite a bit. We saw this matchup a lot last week in Trio when a lot of players brought Libram Paladin and most players DH and still in their lineup. Because Demon Hunter was in a few good buckets, and Libram Paladin ended up being in a few good buckets.
And then they all complained they had to play Libran Paladin, and then loads of them brought it again this week without being forced to. We're very strange. Yeah, not only that, but it won 2 tournaments last week, and it's doing well again this week here in Americas. Home of any deck can win.
Yep.
Unless it's against Poison Rogue, in which case no deck can win.
Yeah, 0 decks. Poison Rogue can't be beaten. Pascoa has proven that time and time again. But this is a pretty standard build of the Libran Paladin. There's some differences that we see in some lists, but it's mostly just in the tech slots, which Pun has opted to go for Mutinous and Lord Barov. Sometimes we see... what do we see? Oh, Viper thrown in the list. Like, for example, I believe in Fled's list that he used last week to win, he had double Viper in his Libran Paladin as opposed to Lord Barov in Mutinous, or as opposed to some other tech. There's really only those 2 slots that you can play around with in the current metagame. Number of broomsticks is also sometimes up for debate. Some players prefer to play 2, some players only want to play the 1, but everything else is almost necessary. All the Librams, all the Libram reductions, Devout Pupil, the double Carriel, Varian, Blade Master Sound. Like, every card that's in the list has a very specific purpose and absolutely has to be there, with the exception of Mutinous, Barov, and number of broomsticks, right?
Mutinous has had an interesting story in this short GM series season. Like, week 1, it was the best card, and then week 2, it was pretty good, and then people have adjusted to it, and I don't think we've seen any really seriously good Mutinuses at all this week. We've seen 1 or 2 that could have changed games, but it feels like Mutinous this week is not necessarily the best tech choice, as it turns out. I'm not saying it's wrong to have brought it originally, but it doesn't seem to have had the impact it was having in week 1.
Yeah, I think that's
a function of all the banned druids. If you're banning druid, your Mutinous is automatically not quite as good. Although there is an argument to say, as we saw yesterday, you can't play Mutinous against druid, because by the time you've got 7 mana, you're dead.
Yep.
Well, or either that or your opponent's got 19 mana, and you might as well be dead.
Yep.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Interesting mulligan decision here from Pun for a couple reasons. One, he had 1 drop in Stonehearth Vindicator, but decided to throw it away because he knows that the 1 drop that he does have is just going to get hit by the hero power. So he would rather have a different 1 drop, and hits the Trog. That was where I was going to get to. Interestingly enough, Lightforce Carriel actually has a very high mulligan win rate in nearly every matchup. It's pretty insane, honestly, when you look at it, because it's a 7-mana card that can't be discounted in any way, it can't be like cheated out. Still, across every matchup, its win rate holds high. But I think it's a little bit of a bait in that regard, just because of the fact that the card in itself is so strong. But a lot of times when you're keeping it in the mulligan, it's because you have the supporting cards to go along with it. And if you have the supporting cards to go along with it, you're already in a good spot to win the game, right?
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And
does you find that with some mulligans? Yeah.
Yeah, and so like its mulligan win rate goes up because you're keeping it when you already have a good start. And you don't when you don't, so its mulligan win rate naturally goes up. Pun realizing that on the coin, the most important thing mostly on the coin, the most important thing to have is one of the more resilient 1-drops. Trog is the absolute best, and then Aldor Attendant is secondary. Keeps the Stoneheart Vindicator because he's looking for one of those powerful ones and throwing away the not so powerful one. And just keeping the Stoneheart Vindicator allows him to coin out. So I really like that mulligan decision from Pun to just keep the Vindicator and not get bait into keeping a 1-drop that's always going to die when you play it against Demon Hunter.
RVG hoping that there's no way to defend this Trog right now. with some buffs. And there's not. I mean, there is, but there's not. Do it anyway, just in case. Bloop.
That was probably the worst option from the Stoneheart Vindicator, unfortunately. For pun.
Yes.
Obviously, Noble Mount is the best because it protects the Trog, and GamerRvg would have to have multiple sources of removal. Now it's just as simple as an Immolation Aura. I guess he could always hero power in Immolation Aura in the other sense, but he'd be taking more damage. He could also just Eldrazi Warblades this.
Yeah. The only thing with the Eldrazi Warblades is he might need that for bigger heal later. It is far more efficient. It also allows him to keep some Magtheridon parts going forward. Like keeping Immolation Aura when you've got Magtheridon in your hand is a consideration. But in the end, I think this is the play that makes the most sense, to me at least. Probably means it's wrong.
Really? It's not too heavy.
Pun doing the Paladin thing. You just slowly make bigger and bigger threats. We talk about it a lot.
Yep. And weirdly enough, there's like not a huge rush to like keep a big minion on the board at all times. In Buff Paladin, there sort of is. Like you usually want to wait for your Bannerman for a while because you just want to like keep a minion on board constantly to keep threatening Blessing of Authority. But in Libram Paladin, you're almost always going to have access to bigger and bigger things regardless. So like getting stuff out of your deck to like give you more options of what to play with actually I think has more value than just trying to blow through your hand as fast as possible.
Yeah, and Libram of Hope is a big deal against the Demon Hunter. Obviously, it's very hard for them to 30 you outside of the Magtheridon combo, so we might see GamerRvg have to go for that at some point, but then you've got to get through a taunt sometimes as well, so...
Oh, the Magtheridon combo isn't even a 30. It's a 20.
Yeah, it's only a 20-something, yeah.
No, it's just straight up 20.
Can be, oh, with just Magtheridon, I guess, yeah, 18 plus 2 is 20, yeah.
A lot of times you have enough health on board. Yeah, the Magtheridon combo is almost never relevant in this matchup because they always have enough health on board for you. Almost always have enough health on board for you to win in that stage.
Yep.
If you play Kurtrus and have Felfire Deadeye plus expendable performers. The hard part is sometimes there's more than 14 health worth of taunts. And so it becomes difficult because you actually can't get that final attack through. And that's where you oftentimes find the trouble for this Demon Hunter deck is those situations where there's like a buffed devout pupil and a Libra of Hope on board, and you're sitting there looking at it, and you're like, there's like 16 health worth of taunts. Like I can't get my attack through after expendable performersing. So you really have to be pretty respectful of that game state if it does go super late, and understand that you need to keep the board in check to a point where you can actually win the game. It can get difficult at times.
Let me think.
Yeah, and it's going to start reaching the first level, or maybe the second level of difficulty now. I guess the Trog is the level 1 boss. And these bosses are just getting bigger and bigger every turn now. 9 damage is chunky. You've got to be careful. Things like Fel Barrage just become so useless looking. Look at it. Look at that stupid Fel Barrage.
Yeah, a lot of times it could be necessary to clean up some stuff in the early game, like an attack in Fel Barrage can clear off the Cariel, right?
Yep.
In that situation.
Talking of Cariel, when the other one comes down, we just talked about how hard it might be to get 30 damage through. How about 60? How do you feel about that?
That's a lot. You do have a Viper, though.
There is a Viper, yeah. You've got to play something, gamer. I understand the difficulty.
Keep digging through the deck.
Yeah, gaining momentum.
Yep. Also getting some reductions on cards that could be used for the Magtheridon. Understanding that he can take damage in this scenario, knowing that he has Magtheridon to follow things up. With a discounted Talented Arcanist, discounted Fel Barrage, it's going to be a little easier. I don't think he has to clear next turn specifically, but can look towards that as the board starts to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, there's no surprise damage, right? We've discussed it before. You might get a Libram and a Carriel for a surprise 5. Woohoo!
Oh, Mr. Smite, that was the other tech card. Okay, I know I was missing one.
Yeah,
But now that you mentioned direct damage, Mr. Smite is the one that often is interchangeable with Lord Barav, whether you want to be more aggressive or more defensive. And that also usually, well, sometimes can affect your broom count. You're more likely to run 2 brooms if you play Lord Barav, but in this case, Pun decided that he wanted a Mutinous.
Right, time to act. Oh. Screen bars. I guess it's not that useful, actually.
I mean, it can be.
Would have cleared Magtheridon, I guess.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a big deal in and of itself. It wouldn't have cleared the entire board because there's these noble mounts.
Sure, but yeah, they're not scary.
Yeah, they're not scary. There's no Blessing of Authority. You're not too worried about just leaving those small minions on the board.
Look at this feeling of helplessness here. What can he do with his hand? They're all very pretty cards. They're all very green cards as well. They don't really function against 3 Divine Shields. Oh no.
That'll rip off the Divine Shield from that, and then he can Hero Power the Carriel and go Talented Arcanist Fellscreen Blast. And that'll clear both the Carriel and the Stoneheart Vindicator.
Who's holding the mount right now?
The Stoneheart Vindicator.
Here we go.
And feel free to pre-equip this. Ooh,
I told you it hadn't been useful. It's gonna Jace! Oh,
Jace!
I said that. Oh, Maggers.
Ooh, wait, no! That's even worse! It's huge! It's a 1660! Ah! I was like, okay, didn't hit the Jace. Whew, he's good. Wait, no! I take it all back.
Yeah. Told you it wouldn't be any use.
Well, you said in the Druid. This matchup, it's almost always good, no matter what it eats.
Cool. Good story, game 2. I can't even...
I can't envision a scenario where he gets back into this one. Jace has double Fel Barrage, Immolation Aura, a Chaos Strike.
Alright, this needs to be a good card. Like... I always get to this point and all the cards don't exist. Or don't exist in Demon Hunter, or have never existed in some cases. Like 1 mana, kill target 16/16 would be really handy right now. But
Shard of the Nara.
uh-huh.
Doesn't kill it, but brings it to a 4/4. But it doesn't exist in Demon Hunter.
And he's only on 7. Okay.
Shard of the Naru costs 1.
I mean, health 4/4. Like, yes, it still probably kills you.
Oh, okay. Well, it would also reduce the other thing down to 1 damage.
All right.
1.
Okay. Just killing things. Let's see what happens.
He's gonna get some weapon buffs here with just a Chaos Strike, I think.
Yep, naturalize our boss coming in with the save.
Well, that's not in standard.
Well, we'd gone through that. Like, yeah, that wasn't happening. Oh, I can spot a lethal here. Can you, TJ?
Dead on board. Yeah, that was just kind of an awkward, I suppose an awkward opening hand. It wasn't like the most awkward. Burning the Fell Screen Blast ended up being huge. If he had picked that up in the draw sequence, we're looking at a much different game there. Because then he could have got Magtheridon, Talented Arcanist, Fell Screen Blast, healed up the early damage that he'd taken, put a 12-12 on the board against 2 1/1s. It would have been pretty clutch, but burnt it, wasn't able to find it. Magtheridon couldn't find it clear. Then it got eaten by Mutinous.
It had a bad time, that Magtheridon.
It really did. It really did. Sitting on the bench the whole game and then just getting eaten and then being used to kill his
the intro for a particularly awful horror movie.
Yeah.
Well, if you're just going to neglect me and leave me on the bench, I'm going to come back and kill you.
Yep. But that's why it's last year standing. GamerRvg still at an advantage because now he gets the information war out of the way and gets to queue a good matchup into Libra Paladin, which is going to be this Quest Rogue. It's a good matchup for a whole heck of a lot of reasons. You have just straight up targeted removal in the form of both SI7 Assassin, as well as the Fizz Flash Distractor Gizmo, which are not guaranteed until you play the Scabs. You have a ton of early game tempo, which is a double whammy of tempo because you're gaining gizmos and progressing your quest while killing the board. Incredible. All the other quests are like deal damage to yourself, draw cards.
Yep.
Play a okay. Quest Warrior is the other one where you're gaining tempo at the same time. Not in the same way that Rogue does it. Rogue tempo just hits different, you know?
And we haven't seen much Quest Rogue in Americas, but this one's been going pretty badly, to be fair. 4 and 6 for GamerRvg this season. I don't know how much of that was this week, but probably a large amount, given that he's this far in the tournament. But it is made for this moment.
Yeah, it does seem like a deck that doesn't really have much sweep potential. And so its win rate in last year's standing is almost always going to like float more towards 50% because you're oftentimes using it just as a counter queue deck. And so I think the win rates in that regard are like a little bit disingenuous when in form of last year's standing because you're either losing the series and have to queue Quest Rogue into a bad matchup. You're winning the series and not queuing Quest Rogue at all. Or you're winning the series and Quest Rogue's just taking its one win. So in 2 of those scenarios, Quest Rogue is losing, and in 1 of those scenarios, Quest Rogue's going even. So its rate would naturally be slightly below 50% in terms of that's Quest Rogue's place in the metagame.
Yeah, and it's clearly filling in a massive weakness in his lineup here by virtue of how good it is in this Paladin. So, even like you say, the 50-50 ratio is actually maybe doing more work than that because it's removing this Paladin. In theory, this start might, again, prove to be awkward at least. Removing the Paladin, which is letting his other decks do their work.
Care to make a wager, friend?
This is fine.
Is it fine? It's pretty fine. Is it fine though? It's fine, but is it fine, TJ?
He's not even going to be playing spells.
He's got a spell in his deck. Look.
He's got a couple spells like Shadow Step, but like right now his minion curve is just play a well-statted minion each turn, which is the bane of the Trog. You can't play spells. Well, you're a 1-mana 1/2. And
when Trog came out, people were like, we can't deal with this because nobody was playing any minions at all at the time. It's like, this card is just invincible. It's broken. And I mean, it was broken because it got massively nerfed. But even in the new form, it's like, well, we still can't deal with this 1/2. None of our spells work anymore. What are we supposed to do? Help. Panic. And then people said, what about these funny cards in my collection? They've got numbers on the, like, the two bottom corners. What do those do? And then somebody, probably No Hands Gamer, because he's a super deck builder, went, those, friends, are minions.
And a great deck selector.
And a great deck selector as well, as most great deck builders are. That's kind of how it works. They go together.
But not all great deck selectors are great deck builders, and vice versa.
Uh-huh. At least not in this plane. Maybe there are planes out there with where they are all the same.
Yeah.
You scared of this Trog yet? Because he's
sort of. But like, not really. Ooh, none of these are particularly.
Yeah. Put them all on the bottom.
Yeah.
Which one?
Honestly, I'm stumped as to which one.
Bannerman?
Okay, I've settled on Bannerman. I've settled on Bannerman.
All right.
I didn't even see.
I think he did go with the middle one, so I think that was the Bannerman.
Nope, Vindicator.
And next turn he's got the pretty handy Blade Master, because Blade Master is going to have a hand.
Hey. Nope, he's going to hand now. He just wants pressure. Like, this is a very annoying board to deal with.
Really is. Well, the good news is at least he can play his secret passages now. The bad news is, by golly, he needs to.
Yep.
He does. That helps.
He's at 1 out of 2 on the second quest.
10 word. He's also on 4.
Probably just Skulker SI7 agent. Sorry, they're all SI7s.
Yeah, but that's the original SI7.
Yeah, because SI7 agent is a little bit tougher to use later on, whereas Assassin will only get easier and you want it to be on a bigger target. They both do exactly the same thing here. It's just the SI7 agent is harder to use later on.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yep, in multiple ways.
It's a 1 stat difference, which might be big here, but I don't think it's big enough to warrant that. It's a tough decision, though.
I mean, he's nearly dead. He's got to start killing some stuff, so I like the agent. I get this, though.
Yeah. Well, he's still killing things, but yeah, like if he draws the SI7 assassin, later on. It's just going to be cheaper if he plays the SI7 agent first, and they're both dealing 2 damage in the scenario. This one just has an extra health on board, which might be important because there's 2 3-1s. So maybe that's why he doesn't want a 3-1 to just be able to really easily trade into it. He has to have multiple sources. So that makes sense.
As it happens, all that's going to happen is it's going to hurt the Blade Master for a little bit more, most likely. This works. Now we can buff the Samurai. Clear everything.
I cannot wait to read these.
And insert another 6 into the equation. Oh, he's getting greedy. Wait, what?
He wants to hold on to the Blade Master Samurai for a little bit bigger of a board than this.
Uh-huh. Not sure what he's.
Or he wants to Lady Liadra next turn.
Yeah, that's more likely. 4, 7, 8, 9. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Or Lim.
Gonna get a little
Lady Liadrin.
Yeah. Starting to get a little scary for GamerRvg just because he is a little bit behind on actually completing scabs. Ideally, you want to complete it like on turn 6 and then be playing it on turn 7. This is like a little bit later than average. I think the average is 6. Throughout the day today, we actually saw in a lot of the Quest Show games completion on 5 and then played on 6 with like a single gizmo. Wait, whoa.
That was my impression as well. I just went,
A shadow step on this thing is playable and quite good. It's the honorable kill, gain the minion's attack, deal 1 damage. Doesn't find it. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Called Pink Thing with a Large Hook and Funny.
That's, it's a 5-mana 2/8 battle cry, deal 1 damage to I think it's enemy minions, and then honorable kill, gain the attack of every minion killed. So, in that sense, it would have killed the 2 1 health minions. It gained 4 attacks since one was at 1 attack, one was at 3 attacks, so it would have gained 4, so it would have been a 6/8. If he had hit Shadow Step, and if he had decided that Shadow Step was even worth it in that scenario. Right now, we're starting to get to a point where Pun is closing in on lethal. However, there's no Mr. Smite. There's no direct damage in the deck outside of Lightforge Cariel, which is only 4, assuming there's no taunt in the way. This has been 6 Librams played on this? No.
1, 2. It's been at least 4, which means it's at least 5 because you always add 1 when you're casting because you always miss 1.
It's 3.
Sounds good.
3 Librams.
Really?
Unless the deck charter's on. Yeah, 3.
All right. Color me surprised. I just have a challenge to deal with this. Yeah.
He knows that Scabs is a possibility here. If a minion lives, he's got lethal, no matter which minion it is. GamerRvg knows that there's double Hand of a Doll plus Noble Mount in hand, so needs to clear up anything. So it looks like this will not be a Spymaster Scabs turn, because if he Spymaster Scabs, he cannot full clear on the board. He could Fizz Flash Distractor one of them. Actually could full clear. But it would require him to actually Fizz Flash the Lady Liadrin.
Which is a dangerous game, but it might be okay because there's so many cards in Pun's hand.
Oh no, he can Wicked Stab. All right, and he could Distractor the Oh, he's gonna force him to burn a card? Oh, he's gonna kill the Lady Liadrin. Okay, no, this is good.
Okay.
Yeah, he spotted that much quicker than I did. I was working through it and I was like, okay, that's a couple Librams in hand. Just kill the Lady Liadrin. There you go, Neil. There's your answer. 1 mana, kill a card. In standard. It was Fish Flash Distractor all along.
Always has been. And now he's going to get Blade Mastered. All over the place.
Yeah, just up and down.
Left and right. Port and starboard. Any ladder, which way up? I'm going to use it now. When are you going to? You've held on to it, pun? Yep, thank you. Scaring me.
Yeah, so even though Scabs is gone, still a good amount of chunky minions left in the deck for GamerRvg. He's got still both Shadow Steps. He's got a Smuggler. He's got the Informant, which would be quite large. So he's got some stuff still left to do. Oftentimes you can think, oh no, Scabs died the turn I played it. I don't have anything left. But he still has a good amount of statistics to be placed onto the board.
Yeah, this is the part of the deck that has surprised me in general, is how it sustains after it goes wrong. Part maybe I didn't give it enough credit for in previous weeks.
Ooh. Didn't die, did he?
I mean, he's got to kill this.
A trade? Ooh.
Oh, if that was an assassin.
He needs to SI7 and then... Oh no, he's dead.
He is in a mess here.
He's dead?
Yeah. Barring
Oh no, he can.
goodness.
He can Oh no. Yeah, he's dead in hand. All right, so here was the play. All right, to keep him alive. The play to keep him alive was to equip SI7 agent the Divine Shield, equip the Euroblade, and then dagger up. And that would have killed the 6/3 and put a 1/1 on board. He wouldn't have been dead.
You called the play where he wouldn't have been dead earlier in the game, TJ. Was that SI7 agent could have been an SI7 assassin.
Yeah. There could have been a little bit more of a ripple effect of easy for pun, so I don't think that's one. But he did have a way to survive there, which was equip the Gyro Blade and SI7 agent, and then re-dagger to get the Death Rattle, which would have killed off the 6/3, and then it just would have been a 1/1 on board. So he wouldn't have been dead. Still would have had a 3/3 and a 3/2 in play. Would have had a whole nother turn to find a draw to bail him out. So even at the end there, I think that GamerRvg knew the hand. He knew that there was Hand of Adult Noble Mount representing lethal. He couldn't leave 6 damage on board. So he needed to find a way to remove it, and he didn't see that. So
he would have taken... Okay, I'm going to go on to the next game, because the problem now is that's the deck that was supposed to win. Now it's the Quest Hunter. Which
Quest Hunter
to lose.
It's supposed to lose? What do you mean?
So you're against the
Sorry, I'm being
You're bamboozled by that last lethal, aren't you?
I'm pretty sure that lets him live. Am I mistaken?
I am now losing the hand in my mind, I've got to admit. At the time, it sounded like you were right, but...
It was a 6-3
Yep.
with Noble Mount, Hand of a Doll, and 2 Librams on it, correct?
Yep.
So you equip the Euroblade, SI7 agent off the Divine Shield. So now it's a 6-3 with no Divine Shield.
And then put your...
Then you just re-dagger. You attack face with the Euroblade, then re-dagger.
Oh, okay.
And so you never attack. And so the death rattle of the Euroblade goes off and hits the 6-3. And so he just has a 1-1. He has 3 Librams in hand, a Hand of a Doll, and a Noble Mount.
Yep.
Which is +6 attack, and there's a 1-1 on board. You're at 9 health. So you're still alive at 2.
It works.
In that play. And you have an SI7 agent on the board, and you have a Foxy Fraud on board. So that lets you live 1 more turn. And so you can see your draw.
Which is important because you're fighting for the board. So yeah, okay, I'm with you now. Sorry about that. I was
He
busy
still
looking
loses
at
from
other
that point
options
anyway
to stay
because
alive.
he doesn't have secret passages or swindle. So he's like playing off the top, but it's better than dying.
Yeah, absolutely. In these spots, we've talked...
Unless it's like a demoralizing victory. You fight it out super long and you lose anyway. And then you're sadder. You know, you're more
You
sad.
shouldn't be sadder because you put in the effort.
Sometimes you put in the effort and you still lose is worse than if you didn't put in as much effort and lose faster.
It is better to have put in the effort and lost than to never have put in the effort at all, TJ.
Other way around.
It is just better to lose.
It's better to never have put in the effort and lost than to put in the effort and lose.
Is this some sort of optimist-pessimist discussion, but I'm not sure which is which right now?
Really?
Yeah.
Not too heavy.
As we're watching Bannerman galore.
Yep. So let's
It's a Bond
break
movie,
down.
I believe.
Let's break down this matchup, shall we?
Sure.
You always have targets to complete your quest as the quest hunter, so you can get there pretty quickly. It's just you're always faced with a lot of big minions at a certain point in the game. You have to make the decision of when to start just ignoring them and go face, and then you usually have to get through a bunch of healing and sometimes your opponent taking half damage. The deck does play double Viper, however. So you almost always at a certain, by the time Kiro comes down, have access to a Viper, unless you play Drekthar early and pull double Viper or pull single Viper, right? So you do need to make sure you're getting through the early game as efficiently as possible, and then dodging a large amount of the healing in the late game. From the Paladin's perspective, it gets a little harder, but not in the sense of it gets harder to figure out, because it's almost impossible to figure out, because it's almost impossible to do damage calculations and what you need to play around. Like let's say the Tavish has been played. Your opponent, as the quest hunter, has 2 cards in hand. Like the damage range of 2 cards for GamerRvg is massive. It can be as little as 6 damage the next turn. It can be as much as like 26 damage the next turn. If like the cards are like Arcane Shot, Furious Howl in hand, then you refill the hand, you start getting aim shots and quick shots, and all of a sudden the damage starts to ramp up incredibly. So oftentimes it's hard to tell who's in the lead in the early stages of the game, because even if the quest hunter starts to get good quest completion, they're clearing the board. There's a lot of stuff that can happen in the mid game. Massive minions that you need to make the decision of when to start ignoring them. Big amounts of heal in the form of Librams of Hope and Lightforged Cariel. Also an interesting decision for GamerRvg to just play out a Viper on 3. Because he knows that Lightforged Cariel is a possibility at some point in the game. If he draws Drekthar before the Viper, his Viper just gets pulled out of his deck now with the Blood Mage Thalnos drawn. So a decision tree has emerged He has now climbed up the decision tree.
Okay.
He chose a branch to start climbing onto. Now he's faced with more branches as an option, and he can't go backwards. Because if you try and turn around on this thin tree branch, you're going to fall off the tree.
So he's not out of the woods by any means.
He's deep in the woods because this is a big tree, right?
Okay.
Because it needs enough branches on the tree to support every decision that he makes this game.
And there's going to be a lot of them,
is.
even
He is
there's not many cars.
deep in the woods.
Well, that's how they work.
How trees work?
Yeah.
How
Trees and
How do trees work? People always ask about magnets, but like trees are on a whole nother level.
they're bigger than magnets in usual terms, at least. Unless you think the Earth is one big magnet.
It kind of is.
Exactly. But it's also kind of one big tree.
And there's not a single thing on Earth that's bigger than the Earth. That's a fact.
You sure about that?
Yes.
I mean, it seems likely, but maybe it's folded up really carefully. There's just this tent somewhere that's actually folded so small that if you unfold
like,
it, it's bigger than the whole
you-
planet.
If you lined up all the cell phones in the world, it would go around the Earth 3 times or something like that. I don't know if that's an actual fact, but like a fact
It's now.
similar to that.
Yeah, exactly. What about if you line up all the paladin players? They wouldn't even get out the door.
Yeah, they wouldn't even get out my house.
I don't get out my house much anyways, to be fair.
Yeah, they do that on purpose because they're too busy playing Paladin to leave the house.
Even if they ever finish a game. Yesterday I was picking on Hunter, and we found, you all assumed, the viewers, yourself, me, that Hunter was the lowest common denominator that I could go to. But then you see how I turn when it plays against Paladin. And the Paladin players get the wrath of the caster making things up to fill time. While the game is unfolding in front of our eyes and the minions are getting bigger and bigger and the Trog is about to enter the fray. And the decision trees are going to start to narrow. The branches are going to start to fall off. GamerRvg is going to find himself running out of twigs. I think I lost that analogy somewhere in the middle, but I gave it a good go for you. I tried really hard.
So as soon as the Trog hits the board, right? There's just a dude at the bottom who's cutting down the tree. And so every branch that you go on is just increasing the speed in which the entire tree falls.
Okay, yeah.
And so you have to
Dark
be really
twist to this
careful
decision tree.
not to go too far onto the branch, or else he's going to cut down the tree faster.
Got you.
And the Trog is cutting down the tree. And so the best thing to do is just, oh God, this is taking a dark turn, is just to kill the guy who's cutting down the tree, which is the Trog. It's fictional, okay? Not that dark. It's just a happy old Trog. It's Hearthstone, whatever. He's not dead. He's just discarded.
The indecision Trog.
Before he cuts down the tree too much.
Yeah.
And
You're also you can also climb the tree faster as he's cutting it down at the bottom. Just like the cartoons where there's someone just chopping logs out of the tree at the bottom, and you're climbing as fast as you can.
Yeah.
You reach the top, and you go, "Oh, now where do I go? I'm out of decisions to tree."
in this sense, cutting down the tree or climbing the tree faster, like climbing the branches faster, is wait.
Late.
Okay, yeah, I'm a step behind just because I thought that he had Tavish complete. I was like, he did weave in the hero power even with Slate, but There's no hero power to be woven, I guess, as we'll put it that way.
And here,
But my Samuro here seems great.
Logmaster Samuro himself coming out, chop down all of these decision branches. The Trog has failed. You need a man with a big axe to finish the job. What other courses of action has he got here? I guess there's the broomstick and the pupil, but when does Samuro ever get a better chance than this?
It literally never does. Those are the only minions. Every minion's been played, except for the Carrion Studies one. Every other minion's been played.
Excuse me. Yep.
And Pun might have turned the corner here because he's still at 23. Quest is not complete.
Yeah, and he's winning, like he's getting the damage in really fast now as well. I know these are going to get taken care of and Talon's going to get in the way, but he's got a Libra of Hope in his hand, so it's going to take a while to kill him. And the minions have reached that stage of the game for the Paladin where they're just large.
And he's got to make a plan here to just try and get Tavish down, but it's also awkward because now we're approaching Mutinous territory. And I think at this point, we're kind of in a situation for GamerRvg where he just kind of has to act like Mutinous is not a card that exists and just do whatever the best play is on any individual turn. And say, all right, if I have Tavish and you got Mutinous in hand, well, you got me. Because otherwise, you got me anyway. He can't afford to be taking things slow.
Yeah, that's the first choice this turn. It's like, am I worrying about Mutinous or not? You look at your hand, you realise you're just too far behind, so you go with not, and then you try and work out from there how best to use these three cards, which isn't completely obvious. Try and work out how you can win the game in 2 or 3 turns, because you're going to lose it in 2 or 3 turns if you don't.
Yep.
Try to get the clock on your side. Which, judging by my timeline today and daylight savings, is clock's not on anybody's side today.
Let me the light grant you peace.
Stuff keeps on coming with his Paladin when it gets established.
Yeah.
Duff.
It's stuff, but it ain't guff stuff.
The pupil's getting cheaper all the time. Getting dilated.
Let's move quickly.
And this is certainly going to set up a 2-turn lethal by a lot.
Yeah.
GamerRvg, I don't even know like what sequence of cards he can get from the top plus Furious Howl in order to make this happen. Carrion Studies is not good because it puts an extra card in his hand, so Furious Howl doesn't draw. Won't draw like an extra card. Like if he had picked up, I don't know, Arcane Shot or a 1-mana spell that could be played without adding another card to hand, or Wound Prey, then Furious Howl could pick up another card. I guess he wouldn't even have the mana to play it. Is there any way to stay alive here?
Naturalize.
Yeah, naturalize.
Way to stay alive. No.
Carry on.
Even if there is
to Moarg Forge Fiend.
Well, does Talon actually keep you alive? It keeps you alive by just being in the way?
It doesn't keep you alive. No.
But you can kill the 1/1, and then you only take 6.
was he hoping for here?
I mean, out of options, have a look. Pun goes through to the final. GamerRvg eliminated, but he's done his work this week. He would have got his hopes up for a top 4 finish, which now won't happen, but he'll be happy with his week's work. He'd have taken this at the start of the week. And Pun moves on.
Yeah, I think there at the end, GamerRvg had to go for carry-on studies into Moarg Forge Fiend. Because he needed to get carry-on studies out of his hand completely. I don't think there was any outcome, unless I'm missing something. He had double reduction, so he could have hit on carrion studies for Death Rattle, so he could have hit something for 4 mana with Death Rattle, but I can't think of anything for 4 mana with Death Rattle that would have, or less, that would have changed the outcome. Whereas Moarg Forge Fiend would have allowed him to gain 8 armor plus put 8 health in the way.
Right.
And then if he might be able to start clearing more things with Tavish the next turn, because he also has a card out of his hand. So Furious Howl might draw an extra card. But that's almost always a losing situation right there. So Pun does secure that final spot, and this means a lot. It means that GamerRvg ends at 6 points, so still guaranteed a top 8. So GamerRvg will be in the top 8. However, it does push him out of the top 4, guaranteed, since it's at 7 points currently. So he won't be coming back for Grandmasters Last Call unless makes it through the Masters Tour, which is quite difficult. It does lock. Doesn't lock anybody else. It doesn't change any outcome.
Looks Pun for top 8.
It locks Pun for top 8. Yeah, so Pun is qualified for playoffs, and Pun still has an off chance if he wins the tournament of making it to the top 4, because it would put him at 7 points, which means he'd be tied with whoever loses DimitriKazov versus Pascoa, and Frozen at 7 points. So it would come down to the tiebreaker. If Pun loses in the finals, then our top 4 would be very easy. It'd be the top 4 coming into today, because they'd all be at 7 points or above, and nobody else would be touching them at 7 points. Whoever wins the next match between DimitriKazov and Pascoa is guaranteed top 4 because they'd be at 8. They're also guaranteed top 2 because they'd be at 8. So we're starting to see things shake out. I believe this means that our we will have just a big tiebreaker at 5 points between Dreadeye, Monsanto, and Nalgidon and McBannerface for who gets the last 2 spots in the top 8.
Yep.
But it makes the top 4 a little easier.
Yeah, I believe that Dreadeye is one of the ones that doesn't get that spot, but I'll try to get onto that later. There'll be another one. I need to work it out. I think that Dreadeye, he's 0-2 in that 4-way shenanigans that's going on there. So I think that means that he will be one of the 2 eliminated, barring me making a mistake, which is possible because I'm checking results and stuff and casting all at the same time. But I think that means that Dreadeye's probably eliminated. I think it means Monsanto's probably safe, and I'll work out the other 2 as we go on. And then we're going to have to do it all again for the 7-pointers. But we have got just some resolution coming up with the next match. If DimitriKazov can win it, comes at the 2nd place, which puts him in the top 2, because that's how 2 works.
Yeah, and Pascoa is exactly the same. If he wins it, then he's top 2. So, funny how that works. Big matchup coming up, though. But before we jump into that 2nd semifinal, we're going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. More action to come here from America's Grandmasters right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. I'm TJ. That is Lorinda right over there, pointing the wrong way. That. Wow, looks like my finger.
That was really good.
Ready?
Yeah.
That is Lorinda. And
I was unrehearsed, as you could probably tell.
Yep. Everything we do is unrehearsed. Literally nothing Neil and I have ever done has been rehearsed, which is apparent in some situations, but maybe not apparent in some situations, which would be quite nice. Today is the final day of the regular season. It is the final day ever for a regular season of America's Grandmasters. That's right. It's the last one. We still have the playoffs to go, and then we still have the Grandmasters last call. But playoffs is not regular season, and last call is not America's. It's global. So you can deduce from that situation that's the last day of the regular season for America's Grandmasters. We got DimitriKazov versus Pascoa coming up for our second semifinal. Who's going to join Pun in the finals? And whoever wins this secures a top 2 spot within the playoffs, which means you get a bye for round 1. You essentially start with a free win, which is a pretty big deal. You get 2 chances to win 1 match to get out of groups, which is quite important for these players who have their eyes set on competing at a world championship.
While we're looking at this, I think I want to just tidy up the 5-point thing. By tidy up, I mean I'm going to probably make it worse. Just keep an eye on the Poison Rogue results for these 2 players. That's all you need to know. I believe, and this is heavily worked out during the break with a little bit of prep whilst casting, I've been known to make mistakes, so also I'm not official, so you know, some caveats there. I believe now Gidan and Monsanto are both 1-0 in the mini group of 4 players on 5 points, which puts them at 100%. And there's 2 slots available in that top 8, so that would be those 2. But Banterface is 1 win, 1 loss, which is 50%, which would put him in 3rd place. And Dreadeye is 0-2, which would put him in 4th place out of those 8. So it would be, if I'm correct, and I might not be, and I'm not official, and it works out quickly, but I think it's Monsanto and now Gidan that got through.
Okay.
What I'm saying is don't hold me to it.
Yeah, that's true. Then we have our playoffs set, the 8 players that are going to be coming to the playoffs. But we'll get official confirmation as soon as we can.
Yep.
We'll leave it at that because the tiebreakers have changed. In the past, it was not easy, but easier. It was highest finish and then highest second finish. If it was a 1-to-1 head-to-head, then that ended up being like head-to-head in general. But if a player had a first place and the other player highest finish was second place, boom, bada bing, bada boom. Easy in that sense.
Yeah, easy to predict in advance before all the results came in. Whereas this one, even to that last game, we didn't know if Pun's results were going to count in a 5-way tie or if they're going to be removed because it's a 4-way tie. So yeah, that was the problem there. 11-6 with Poison Rogue, and that was 6-6 when we last saw it, TJ. That number just keeps going up on the left and doesn't go up on the right.
It sure does. Both Pascoa and DimitriKazov have been showing off with Weapon Rogue, it feels. Even DimitriKazov, going back to last season, I distinctly remember some pretty good Weapon Rogue games. Pascoa seems to just be on a whole other level of finding these minuscule outs in unfavorable matchups or unfavorable situations. And in the situations where he sees them, he gets them. Like, he gets rewarded for seeing it by getting it. So he sees the minuscule out, and then he rips the minuscule out in those situations. It seems unstoppable. DimitriKazov even tweeted, it was either earlier today or yesterday, looking at the matchups against Pascoa, he's like 3 favorables against Weapon Rogue, and I'm still thinking about banning it because I can't beat Weapon Rogue. Didn't ban it. Neither player banned Weapon Rogue coming into this match. DimitriKazov banned away the Druid from Pascoa. Pascoa banned away the Shaman from DimitriKazov. So we are going to see Weapon Rogue for both players.
And
I just don't think Pascoa is going to lose. He's not going to lose.
It's 3-0. Blam, blam, blam. I mean, you just put his opening hand in the key cards. And then he just pulls whatever he needs, silver leaf or something, and off he goes. Pew, 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 pew.
Like, you can't even look at Pascoa's opening hand and say anything about the game. Like, his opening hand could be like prep, scabs, Sinister Strike. And then you look at Pascoa's face and it's like, he's like, yeah, I'll make this work. I can make this work.
This is a weird Demon Hunter. Okay. Oh, they're both playing the rogue.
Yeah, they're both playing the rogue.
I thought I saw a Demon Hunter on the screen. I might be going crazy because I was trying to talk about 5s and points and 0 and 1s and 2 and 2s and stuff. So off we go.
Yep. Full mull for both players.
Right. No shank. How many? What's the Viper count?
How's it going?
One apiece.
Viper check. Yeah, one apiece. One is standard.
More Vipers than are in European GM now.
Yep. Okay. This is one of the matchups where, like, Extortion Face has more merit than other matchups.
Yeah, he's been reluctant to do that. We've noticed that.
But if you don't have Shank, then that goes out the window. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on. This matchup has what we like to call in the biz damage permanence. No way to gain health for the rogue. They have ways to stop weapon damage, like targeted damage, which is Wicked Stab and weapon hits. But they don't have ways to stop non-targeted damage, Sinister Strikes, Garrot bleeds. Mm-hmm. They also both have Vipers in the deck. So it makes, like, when you pop off with your weapon a little bit weirder. In this situation, he's just going with a Silverleaf Poison, so he's drawing a card. If Pascoa plays a Viper, it means he's not playing a Shank, which still gives DimitriKazov time to find additional stuff. So obviously DimitriKazov has a big lead here. Pascoa has access to more resources, more card draw, etc., but no Shank.
Dimitri whacking his feet. Oh, look. Remember yesterday, TJ? I was talking about DimitriKazov, and I said I think he shows us a different camera angle of his room every day.
Did he completely, like, turn his desk around in order to show us the wall of his new room?
So. We saw his bed from 2 different angles in the last 2 days in the new room. And either that's a corner of it behind him, or he's totally just rearranged the room entirely to show just a clothes rail and the wall. I'm going to miss Dimitri background checks.
Almost as important as Viper checks.
Yeah, no Vipers in the hand right now, and there is the Shank doing some shanking.
Yep.
Either hand looks terminal, though.
I mean, Pascoa's looks a whole lot better, but DimitriKazov has the, like, the swing advantage, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he hit
Viper advantage.
Oh, he hit Vault. No, disaster for Pascoa. Yep. He worked so hard to find the Shank. He worked so hard.
But in the end, nothing really mattered.
Yeah.
You don't want to know how many events I've been kicked out.
I don't want to know
That's
how many
a long
events
speech
I've
bubble.
been kicked out of. Let me know
It's
when
the
I finish
longest
posting.
emote I've ever seen.
Ah, no wonder she gets kicked out of events. She talks more than me.
I wonder.
Ask for the tickets and get a lecture. Well, guess we need to kill that recursive damage. No, just kidding. We're going to cloak, and then we can't scabs because then we get vipered. This side, I say we. What I mean by we is me and Pascoa, you know, because we're good at this.
Mm-hmm.
And by you, I mean you and Dimitri, the underdogs. you're not the underdogs in this one because there's a lot of damage coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Pascoa's into Cloak and Hope mode, I think. Which, to be fair, is kind of his motto.
Yep. I kind of want to get a Wicked Stab out of hand, as weird as that sounds. Like,
Oh, it doesn't sound
targeted
weird.
damage, assuming there's going to be cloaks being played. Just net the 4 now, so you can win the game with Sinister Strikes and Garrotes.
Yeah, it seems reasonable to me.
Finding more resources also beneficial, though, because then you get closer to Sinister Strikes, Garrotes, etc., cloaks, which are necessary.
Judgment call now from Pascoa. Well, it's not really a judgment call because they're going to have 8, so it's... Now it's a judgment call because you only have 1 cloak. And if you can somehow live this turn and not waste a cloak, you can get into cloak Gabs mode.
Yeah, Cloak Scabs against this deck doesn't do anything. It's just Cloak
Doesn't do
that
enough.
really does
Yeah.
anything. All right, so he is going to wait a turn. But this is a lot of damage that's going to be coming this way. Oh, Viper! Oh! Viper!
He needs that Viper because he's just dying otherwise. Yeah, Cloak Scabs just rolls off the tongue.
You don't want to know how many events I've been kicked.
DimitriKazov does have a damage lead, though,
Big
which
one.
is a pretty big deal.
And it's his turn.
So if we start a cloak war, even if Dimitri, well, he can't cloak first. But what he wants to do here is force Pascoa to cloak. So then DimitriKazov can follow it up with his cloak, and then he comes out on top at the end. Because he has the last cloak.
Cloaks last, cloaks longest.
The
They
early...
never uncloak because, you know, they kill you and you stay cloaked and vanish off into the shadows.
Yeah,
So close.
they say the early cloak gets the worm. And the worm in this case is a loss.
Yeah. So,
Funnily enough, you don't want a worm in this matchup.
and you don't want to cloak first. There must be a better idiom than that.
I don't think there is. I went through my entire arsenal of idioms, and that's the best I could come up with, so that must be the only one.
A cloak in the hand is worth better than your opponent cloaking.
Okay, you found a better one.
A cloak in time saves 9 damage.
Keep your cloaks close, and your enemy cloaks closer.
Cloakser. Rolling cloak gathers no moss.
Potions, flasks, BOE, I got it all.
That doesn't even mean anything, but we're at that point now. That's lethal, by the way.
Yeah.
Just thought you might like to know.
Thank you. Yeah, Dimitri just had the tempo advantage in that game. Got the Shank first, was able to Viper the Shank for Pascoa, so he was just behind on mana, which in turn meant that he was behind on damage, which in turn meant that he had to cloak first, but the damage lead was too great. Even if he had second cloak there, DimitriKazov could have just matched his cloak and then been the first one to find the damage because he just could have hoarded resources at that point. But just found the lethal early. But even if he doesn't have the lethal on that turn and you play that one out for 2-3 more turns, I think Dimitri still gets there because of the tempo that he gained by having first Shank and then having first Viper. So, weird matchup and a tough one. But I don't think it's like the end of the world for Pascoa. Based on how the series is supposed to play out, right? DimitriKazov did just have like 2 good, like decent matchups against the Weapon Rogue and then one 50-50. Started off with the 50-50. Now Pascoa gets to counter with Face Hunter, which is one of, if not the best matchup against Weapon Rogue.
Although he has beaten it in at least 2 big matches in his life from the other side. The main concern here is that does Pascoa know how to play any other decks? We're gonna have to find that out.
Well, playing against Weapon Rogue is about the same as playing against it, because you know all the ins and outs, you know what their outs are, you know when you need to go for like these damage break points, right? When to put on the pressure. And so if you're an expert at a deck, you're usually an expert at playing against the deck, regardless of what you're playing. You just mentioned he's beaten a bunch of face hunters with Weapon Rogue. So he knows what they need to do in order to win, and he knows what he needs to do in that situation to win. So he just has to limit that. This is the ultimate start for Pascoa. It goes Trog into double cold neophyte. But this has to stop
play the Cutlass.
That's fine.
Actually, really good, yeah, because that also shuts down one of the neophytes. But you know, wow, Dimitri's actually got a lot of stuff here. The shank, the poison, the cutting class, ways to remove the first 2 or 3 minions.
Yeah, it's just about the damage though. Like it starts to become a race at a certain point. And even if this cold neophyte just dies, it's still blocking and certain things from happening, and like certain tempo from being gained, and still dealing 3 damage.
Yep. All right, here's another one. Now it's shank time. Now it gets interesting because Dimitri does have to analyze what to kill. Probably kill the 1/2 before it turns into a real minion. Yeah. You're not a real minion and never will be.
Yep. This takes less damage, even though you're still going to take 3 from the cold neophyte. If you killed the cold neophyte and then the Intrepid Initiate was activated, you take 6 over 2 turns instead of 4 over 2 turns, right?
Yeah, and now he's getting a bit annoyed because looking like he might have to hit into another minion, and that's really not where he wants to be right now.
Yeah.
At one point, you just have to shut your eyes and start cloaking things.
Yep.
All right, the race has begun. It hasn't.
Hey, you see how paralytic poison is just free. A free kill.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's hard to know what to do here. Because if
really
you're Rhino, you're not weaving.
Yeah, and you want to weave.
If you're not weaving, you're not believing, right?
As they say. If you can weave it, you can achieve it.
Better believe it. A secret passage, you'll be okay. What could
I mean,
go
you
wrong?
can kill this Rhino for free.
Yep. Oh, nice card, nice card. Yeah, nice card.
They're all nice cards. He really wants a Silverleaf poison at the moment.
Yep. And
Be
he's
nice.
start getting cloaks, which he's got the cloak.
Yeah.
Not a joke.
Sentinel is only both of the minions are in his other hand. Right?
Yep. Pascoa now, like, emergency mode after that opening hand that looked like it was an absolute killer. He's only done 10 damage, and very soon the race will be on. If Dimitri can get another cloak, it might not be much of a race at all.
Yeah, he hasn't done any damage, which is the tough part, right? And he still doesn't have a Silverleaf poison on his weapon, so he's actually like running out of attacks pretty crucially. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
Another half.
Still wouldn't mind to pick up a way to kill this 2-2 so he can put everything else face. Oh, he's going to do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, like Pascoa's like not in like that terrible spot because he is still at 30. And he's going to be able to get use out of this ultimate infestation. What the ultimate infestation is also going to allow him to do is to hold on to a 1/1 in hand to activate piercing shot if he draws it.
I mean, I think it's close because Dimitri's only got 9 cards left and a secret passage now, which means starting next turn he can do the cloak thing. And
yeah, but like
10, 3 turns running, you would think.
Yeah, but it's 3 turns enough considering he's going to take at least 5 damage. Like, I think Pascoa's got like a... Okay, well, Volbertinger's not a good draw at this stage because he knows that cloaks are going to start to come out. If he had picked up any type of direct damage, like an aim shot here, I think it would have been a much different story. But because he didn't pick up any direct damage, just minions, and cloaks are about to start, now he's going to be in a little bit of awkward position. And he also is going to play the 1/1 because nothing's ever going to... Well, I don't know. I actually think you hold on to it.
Yeah.
Because Scabs could come out. Oh, but then you'd have a 1/1 anyway.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't change any break points, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, if Scabs comes out, then you're going to be able to have a 1/1 in hand anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you just there's no reason not to play it. I don't.
There's probably some quick shot reason to play it now as well.
He already has played one quick shot.
Okay, then it probably doesn't matter. Use the passage now. I thought he might save that to look for the cloak next turn, but there's only 3 cards left, so he's just going to play the other 2. And this should just add up to 10, 3 turns running.
Yep.
As long as he gets that cloak, and I think it's impossible not to now. Dimitri's going to take this down, I think. But there are still piercing shots and aim shot outs, I think. They might have to be runner, though.
Ugh! You play it to pull a trampling ground out of your deck.
I agree. Yeah.
So what would be his out?
Piercing shot is 5, which would be 7. Aimed shot's not enough.
I don't think there would be, even if he pulled the round out of his deck, there's not a 2-card like combo that could get him there, because piercing shot wouldn't get him there.
You also just need to check this isn't immediate lethal. It shouldn't be. You need to do a lot for an immediate lethal, but it might be.
He's just going to Scabs.
Yeah.
Gain the health, and then next turn it's almost certainly an immediate lethal because these 4/2s can't be dealt with.
Yeah, and there's a Guild Trader, 2 Sinister Strikes, 2 Garots. Another weapon. Oh, that's dealt with the 2 to 4/2s. Not enough, but yeah. Explosive. Plop. There you go.
I know 100 ways to ruin your day.
Job done. You are more nurturing than I.
So we kind of foreshadowed what was going to happen in this match by talking about Weapon Rogue so much in the opener. Mm-hmm. Whoever wins the Weapon Rogue mirror is just not going to lose a game again.
And it shouldn't be like this. This is not a matchup that the Rogue ever wins. This is a huge deal for DimitriKazov. Yeah, it doesn't look like it because both players are so relaxed. I think it's because they've been through so much that the pressure is off slightly. But winning this, getting that top 2 seed is a massive result for whoever does take this down. I just think it's nice to be able to play a match where not everything is on the line. Just something, a nice bonus is on the line. You can still win the playoffs if you lose this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Top 4, however, is still a big deal. There's a chance, and again, no calculations have been done yet. There's a chance that whoever ends on 7 points, if Pun wins the tournament, could be knocked out of top 4, which means you don't get to compete in last call. Because it would put three players at 7 points: Frozen, Pun, and whoever loses this. And one of them would be knocked out. 2 of them would move on in top 4. So winning this is double. You don't have to worry about throwing it up to tiebreakers for top 4. So winning it guarantees you competing. It guarantees you a top 2 seed in playoffs, and then guarantees that you're competing in Grandmasters last call later in the year. So it's a double whammy of good things happening to you.
Going to have a quick look, and again, it's during broadcast and things can go wrong, but I believe that Pascoa has beaten Frozen, and Frozen hasn't beaten any of the relevant people at a quick glance during broadcast. Normal caveats apply. Buff Paladin taking on the Rogue now.
Okay.
Buff Paladin. It's different to normal Paladin, right? You've got far fewer
Started.
taunts, for instance, is one big deal.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because your goal is to kill them before
Sure.
taunts would even matter. And just having sticky minions on the board and then access to Blessing of Authority, you usually have to start cloaking pretty early on in the game. You can't hope to kill every minion that they play because it's just impossible because of all the Divine Shields. So I think this is just a pretty good matchup overall. I don't think there's a huge sample size of it. Let me just look real quick.
I just laugh every time someone says, yeah, this is a good matchup, because the Rogue's just been so dumb in Americas. I don't disbelieve any of it, but
it's its second worst matchup. That's Face Hunter.
Oh well, we just saw Face Hunter. What does matchup odds know, huh?
And Taunt Druid technically is its worst matchup. But Taunt Druid's just not that popular.
Can't think why.
Beast Druid just seems better in a lot of situations, but Taunt Druid still is powerful. They do nearly the same thing. Taunt Druid just makes boards faster, but they don't have as much reload, and their boards in the mid game aren't as strong.
Yeah, very fragile for the reload of the board.
Yeah.
Whereas the beasts kind of accelerate as they go on. The boards just go, here's some stuff, deal with it or die. And then they deal with it and you die. It's like, shouldn't have made that bold claim.
You can already see what DimitriKazov's up against. It's like, all right, big minion, it gets buffed. Or small minion, it gets buffed. Then a bigger minion's played next turn, and the small minion is now even buffer. And then now you have a small minion and a big minion, and then the big minion just gets bigger. And then what do? You don't do
cloaking. Cloak scabs is relevant this time.
Pascoa with the Stoneheart Vindicator is guaranteed to get either Hold the Bridge or Noble Mount because both Hand of Dolls have been drawn. So this McGurgle is going to get Divine Shield yet again, just setting Dimitri back even further, meaning that he took 4 damage, another 4 damage there for nothing, or 4 damage there for nothing. I can't see why you wouldn't go for that play as Pascoa. Maybe there's a reason to go for Cold Neophyte, but I just don't think it's worthwhile. There it is. Hold the Bridge.
All right.
Another 6 pointed upstairs, another Divine Shield.
Yeah, 10 damage is connected already. Oh my goodness. A bridge too far for the Quest Rogue. Quest Rogue? There's no quest. What am I talking about? Poison
There's a
Rogue.
quest to kill your opponent.
Uh-huh.
Every deck is a quest deck if you really think about it.
I try not to think about things. Because that doesn't show. You trading?
Yeah.
Or are we re-rolling?
I think we're dying.
So we're re-rolling then. And then dying. Certainly an option. I want to see what he cues in game 4.
Choose
Got him. 3 points damage.
Yep, and he's just dumping cards. Just dumping cards from the secret passage, which I think is smart at this point. He's not going to get there with weapons alone. Needs to have some backup. Does have double cloak, but gonna have to wait until the very last possible second in order to start playing cloaks.
Yeah, the time we've seen that combo work, and you've highlighted it a million times, so I'm going to highlight it now, is when you cloak for the first time on turn 6. And then you cloak, and then you scabs, and you somehow weave in some damage as you go.
Yeah, and that's going to be necessary for Dimitri. He needs to try and not have to cloak next turn. And Pascoa is going to try and put on enough pressure here to force Dimitri to have to cloak this turn. If he plays the Squawker, he pushes 6 and then has 11 on board and is threatening 3 damage from hand. I think that's good enough.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be a 2-turn lethal setup if he Squawkers.
Can also interfere with things, obviously, with a neophyte at the appropriate time. Just squawk first.
Yeah,
mana later.
I think the most important part here is to set up a 2-turn lethal if Dimitri does not cloak.
Yep.
And this does that because he's got 11 on board and 3 from hand. That is actually an important pickup because now Dimitri, he does have a paralytic poison. He can smack the McGurgle and then extortion it. He knows that he just can't cloak here. He knows that he has to go cloak into scabs no matter what on 6, 7, and 8. That's the only way he's going to win this game. So he needs to he wants to take some damage off the board. If he doesn't take any damage off the board, we can see that he dies. He might not feel too threatened going into turn 5. It would have to be a double buff.
Yeah, but Pascoa's just made this play as well. Okay, there might not be any other play. It's a fairly logical play anyway, but he sees it. He sees the danger. Cool. Buff Paladin for a reason. It's a Paladin that buffs things, so yeah.
Yep.
Factoring that in quite strongly.
soon.
That's Snake.
All right.
Leave him alone.
He's getting there, right?
Yeah.
The worry I have now is even if he does get cloak scabs, yes, it's the only way to win. But is that enough? Yeah, it's enough.
It's enough because the Paladin has to rebuild so slowly.
Yeah. And he needs to actually find the scabs with like no Silverleaf poison with only like a single draw turn, and he can't rely on Secret Passage because both cloaks are in hand, and he'll have to scabs exactly on 8 and just won't have the mana. Obviously he could, and he doesn't have any cutlasses left either, right?
Right, he's got the Guild Trader and the Snake, and that's it.
So he can't even like trade and reduce the Secret Passage earlier on. He'll still needs to find the scabs, and 4 of his mana is spent the next 2 turns with the cloaks.
Silverleaf sounds like a good pickup. Oh, but he's also running out of weapon.
Yeah, exactly. Like Silverleaf, sure, but 4 of his mana is spent, and he only has 1 weapon charge. So Silverleaf is draw 1, and that's it.
Yeah, that's no.
And now 5 of his mana is spent.
Yep. Pascoa holding on to this. Partly because he played the green card most turns, even though it looked like he was thinking hard. There's a lot to do.
Well,
he was just playing the green card a lot. But partly because...
Like, the last turn was the most important, because that's the only play that he could make that actually set up a 2-turn lethal. Which means, like, he put Dimitri in a spot where he had to kill a minion, which is actually difficult when they both have Divine Shield or Cloak. And if he cloaks on 5, you know you got him, right? Because then he has to cloak on 6, and then he can't scabs. And so now Dimitri has, what, like just a few draws left in order to pick up scabs?
Yeah.
Pascoa is just going to try and make it as difficult possible. He's going to look for Colt Neophyte or Cariel. Yep.
Yeah. But Dimitri will pick up the scabs. And we'll see how it goes. Because that's how Rogue's been running this week. That's how it works. If it does it once, do it again.
This is just a hold the bridge left, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't want to commit too many things because in the world where it does go cloak scabs, he's going to need some of these buffs and he'll lose them if he just puts them on the board. That's why he's torturing himself like this, I think. Also, hand space might become an issue, so he's got to be try to keep it at 9 cards when that does happen. I think is something he's maybe trying to do. I might be wrong there, but
yeah. I don't think hand space matters as much, but
it rules your Cariel out if you're playing to every out,
yeah.
I guess.
All right, and again, Dimitri has to cloak. He knows that happens. And he needs a secret passage this turn because he needs to hit scabs. So he's going to look for tradables to try and get scabs. If scabs is in this secret passage, that's a bummer. All right. But he can load all of this stuff up. It thins his deck and gives him an extra draw for scabs next turn.
Yep. But he can't attack.
He dumps 4 cards. So that's essentially draw 4. And if you really think about it, it's essentially draw 5 because he gets an extra draw next turn. Then the problem, though, does become killing his opponent, though. Because now he's used, like, all of his poisons. But he would have 4 damage loaded up. He would need to dodge Cariel at that point. But actually, Pascoa has no way of picking up Cariel unless he dumps buffs here. So he'd have to dump Noble Mount and hold the bridge in order to have hand space.
I think that's what that long think was about last turn. He knows what the 1 out is for Dimitri. And one of his counters to that 1 out is picking up Cariel. I think that's why he's thinking so hard, trying not to overload his hand. I think that might have been part of why he took so long. But the trouble is, every card just draws another card. Yeah.
Yeah, now Cariel is not an option. And maybe Pascoa realizing that. Scabs is Dimitri's only out no matter what. He's not killing this board. So Pascoa, the only way he could play around it would be to go Noble Mount, hold the bridge. Because then he wouldn't be putting another minion on board. And he would have 4 cards in hand and 5 minions on board. So Scabs would put 5 minions back in hand. He have one slot. So I don't think that that's the correct play in that situation. Because now Scabs does come out. It's not Scabs. He's got 1 draw. It's a 1 in 8.
And you saw Pascoa's reaction the second he did it. It's like, oh, either I forgot that I was going to draw a card or I miscalculated my hand size. Something went wrong then. He realized straight away, the thing I've been trying to avoid for 2 turns is going to happen in the world where my opponent's out that he's playing to happens.
Yeah, because you kill them 100% of the time if Scabs isn't there, no matter what you do. Like if you hold the bridge, Noble Mount on any 2 minions, if Scabs isn't there, you kill them. There's no question about it. This needs to be Scabs. It's not. It's overly poison. All right, that's game.
Wow. 8 mana. Let's just count the damage with a guild trader. Just do
not enough.
Due diligence.
Another happy guildie.
12 damage.
Is there any miracle garrote that can happen?
Nope.
Trying, TJ. I'm trying.
Party foul.
Even if he double Garrote, Wicked Stab, Sinister Strike, trade, hit all the bleeds, that would be 19 damage. Even with the miracle, he'd still be 1 off. It was Scabs or nothing in that situation.
Right. But he is still 2-1 ahead, and now he gets to choose one of these 2 decks to play into the Paladin.
Yep. The 2 decks are Demon Hunter and Druid.
Just 2 decks. Just Demon Hunter and Druid. Not many people got to play those 2 decks in the same lineup this week without one getting banned.
Well,
Paladin.
Yeah, but Paladin can beat up on both those decks. So, Druid especially, it really beats up on Druid. Demon Hunter, not as much, because if you mech Theridon and it goes off,
That's what happens.
Game
TG
over.
gets excited. The 12-12 occurs.
I get excited, blurry. I don't know why I'm blurry today. I haven't been blurry all
Exciting
weekend.
day, TJ. It's an
I
exciting
know
day.
it is. Yeah.
I'd go blurry too if I could, but my powers are different to yours. I don't have that skill. I have the skill to vanish completely for half an hour.
Yeah, and put a "Be Right Back" sign up.
Yep,
I don't know if you saw that.
I did. And it's actually on the thumbnail as well. It's like, yep, wait.
Okay, that's perfect.
Wait till the Owl Warlock is gone, and then
Yeah.
I'll magically fix everything, and then we'll be fine.
Owl Warlock is my new hot thing. Been jamming a lot of that.
Really? You're placing the
Yeah, I've
Miracle
been
Priest?
jamming Miracle Priest. Yeah, I'm placing the Miracle Priest. It's taking the spot of Miracle Priest in my I'm playing this a lot right now.
Is that because you know that it gets rid of me? I don't want to talk to you. I'll just jam some Owl Lock, then he won't watch my games.
Yeah, but I thought Miracle Priest already did that anyway, so.
I like Miracle Priest.
Okay. Alright. Dimitri going with Druid first. If you don't kill the first thing, you're probably not killing any things. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I get pretty quick.
Yeah, the scale of Onyxia is a big one. Dodging Trog is big. What else?
Guff to get yourself to...
Just ramp in general, but to get yourself to scale. Like at a certain point, you're going to have to scale to stabilize.
Best in Shell's too small, I think. And too expensive.
Best in Show can buy you time, but yeah, you're still going to need to scale afterwards. I didn't even see the opening hand before Nature Studies. Overgrowth. Sow the soil and just put it on the board. Oh, sow the soil and just put a 2/2 on the board. I like that.
It's tempting, but then you don't get the overgrowth, so it's really, really tough.
You got 2 of them in your deck. In this matchup, I feel like you just got to fly by the seat of your pants.
So that's
Just say, I don't care what the cards in my hand are. I just am going to keep control of the board and draw into stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this play. I think Dimitri is spot on.
Notice how both players were really, really happy and cheerful at the start of this. Like, there's 0-0, we're gonna do some roguing. And now it's so close because of how the Paladin interacts with these two decks.
It's all fun and games until the weapon rogues lose.
Yep. And you have to actually play some cards. This directly challenges it rather than just letting the Protector get eaten up by hero power. It does mean that his next turn is pretty horrible unless he draws correctly.
Correctly. Yeah, you need to make sure you're
would you
drawn
win it?
correctly in this matchup.
Uh-huh.
Draws well. Correctly assumes he has a choice
I like to imply the players have a choice.
in their draw. Okay.
I mean,
Sometimes
in
they do.
life, in general.
Oftentimes they
We haven't
don't.
got a choice. Why are we here?
Time waits for no one.
Yes!
I love it.
Yes!
Doing correctly. And the Tiny Fin's challenging the Righteous Protector. And Dimitri has no play next turn.
I wonder.
Pascoa's like, am I actually losing board to a Tiny Fin against
Yep.
Druid?
And Dimitri's just buying time until he can actually get to the scale. I mean, his hand is bad right now, but he has a lot of good draws.
Yeah.
And some really good draws.
Pascoa's in danger of his turn 3 being hero power pass. So he probably hero powers now, and then turn 3 is protector hero power? It's more mana efficient.
Or protector noble mount, even though you waste the divine shield, you put a buff for the squawkers.
Oh, guidance!
We've got him since nature studies. He's golden.
Oh no, he looks at the fungal fortunes and the other 2 cards. He's like, ah, really?
Well, Fungal Fortunes is good because it allows him to reload next turn.
Uh-huh.
He just needs cards.
Yes.
So you either take Best in Shell or you trade it, or you take Fungal Fortunes. I don't think you can afford to take Wild Growth with this hand. It would allow him to next turn Innervate Solar Eclipse Wild Growth.
Wow.
Yikes.
Anywhere where he takes the Best in Shell and plays it? I don't think there is. I think you were correct in your assessment, but...
Takes the Best in Shell and plays it? What do you mean? Like, plays it on 6?
Plays it on 5 with the Innovate.
Ooh, that's 2 turns away.
Yeah.
Fungal was my first choice there.
Yeah, me too.
And keep a minion on board.
Yeah. This is why Pascoa
Love it.
did the play he did last turn, though, because on the assumption he draws heavy, because his deck's quite an expensive curve. It would have been like just to protect a hero power, just to finally stick a minion of any kind.
Yeah.
But with this pickup, he's got to do that anyway.
Yep.
Turn 4 in Druidville. Dimitri has not taken any damage. We have a game of Hearthstone on our hands.
We certainly do. There's the scale. Bloom scale. Dimitri might just be home free.
Yeah, he's certainly on the way home. Getting out of the woods with his decision tree that he's been making.
As weird as Squawker sounds, it's just a noble mount. I think Squawker makes sense.
Got to do something, right? You can't just sit around waiting for him to murloc you to death.
The other play is Bannerman plus Righteous Protector.
Yeah, but does that get you anywhere quick enough?
It's technically the same amount of power on board as the Squawker, but the Squawker gives you more resilience if a scale does come out. It would take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It doesn't full clear. Scale does not full clear because there's noble mounts on both of these. He'd be left with at least a 1/1 in that situation.
Yes, because the mounts and the shapes are not correct. You can't squeeze oval into the square hole here, no matter how hard you try. And that's a disaster from where Dimitri Sachs is expecting a 9/9 to appear out of the ashes of the mount. As it happens, it might not be quite as awful as he thinks. Do you? Yes, you have to. I was going to say, do you have to kill the Squawker? But yes, you do have to, I think.
I don't know, actually. I think you just leave these 4 minions up because he's not removing them. And it gives you options of how to trade next turn, right?
Right, yeah.
So I think it's fine to just leave it up. We're still multiple turns away from Carriol. It's the only real AoE that the deck has, except for Blademaster Samuro. But if Pascoa Spence has started playing Blademaster Samuro, it's really not adding that much power to the board. It would be just one additional power, and there'd be no buffs he could play along with it. So I think he would like welcome that sight, considering it would mean that he's not playing Blessing of Authority on this turn. Now, this is a little bit more difficult for Pascoa because he really wants to ramp up the pressure right now, but he doesn't have a significant way to do that. He could Squawker again and then Righteous Protector to absorb 2 of the 1/1 hits, but then he doesn't have Squawker for Blessing of Authority. And his follow-up play, he doesn't have a follow-up play for Lethal, I don't think. He'd be pushing 4 this turn, put him down to 24, and would have 16 on the follow-up.
Okay. Yeah, not close.
Yeah, so he's looking at like double Bannerman next turn or Bannerman hold the bridge, depending on the play. Ooh. He's got Solar Best in Shell next turn.
Yep. And then he still keeps a solo, which is getting closer to Solar Cenarion at some point. Oh, there's no Cenarion, is there? No.
There's no Cenarion, no.
Force of habit.
And has a ton of armor gain to back up the Best in Shell. So Best in Shell buys him time. Then armor gain gets him to a point where he can actually like play Kazakhstan. Has a way to tutor Kazakhstan with the capture the cold tooth mine.
He should get that pretty soon then, one way or the other.
Yep.
And then we know what happens next. Don't die the turn you play your Kazakhstan. Pew, 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 pew.
Time waits for no one.
They're both getting super nervous now. Nail biting, head handing.
Anything possible. The Nature Studies buff, or whatever you want to call it, doesn't mean anything for next turn because he's going to innervate Solar Best in Shell almost every time.
Yep.
Lightforge Carriel, actually, with the way this is going, is a pretty good pickup. Because normally you don't want Lightforge Carriel because it doesn't help you if you're just trying to end the game as quick as possible. But Pascoa doesn't really have a way to like end the game as quick as possible with the way this hand is going. So Lightforge Carriel can give him some much needed like value in a sense, right? Because he can hit the hero power return and keep playing a big minion to keep the pressure up. Because DimitriKazov hasn't hit any ramp, we're still in a situation where he's just going to have to play in like an honest amount of mana each turn. And while the Solar Best in Show will buy him time, it's not like the end-all be-all. Eventually that's going to be cleared up, and he's still going to have to find a way to win the game with Kazakhstan.
And into a very strange game.
Yeah, like I
Because of
wouldn't even be
Dimitri's
surprised
really-
here if we see trades or one trade on a 3-1.
Well, Carriel.
Nah, he's got Lightforge Carriel. Yeah. Never mind.
He's going to be disappointed by this potential double Best in Shell, which I think will happen.
Okay.
Work out where he wants to do the trades first, because there's some sweet ones available.
Is there a way that he gets like a sneaky lethal? With like Solar
Dimitri?
Fail Rage Moon Touch? He's got 12 damage next turn. If he only trades one of these off into the 3-2 to make room for the extra Best in Shell and then pushes 6 to face, if Pascoa can't clear them all, he's got 12 damage next turn and
Is there a
6 is
sneaky lethal
preserved.
Okay.
Sneak.
I was wondering if there's an arbor up, find an arbor up with the pouch and make mana, but it wasn't there, so I was just being crazy.
No,
You're
I
right,
mean,
he's lethal. Look at it.
yeah, you push this to face, because then if the 6 damage is preserved, then you have 12 from hand, your opponent's at 17, and you have 6 on board. And it is a significant break point.
Solar Feral Rage is pretty massive.
Yeah, and then the Moon Touch Amulet to back it up. That's 12. Exact mana to be able to do it. Lightforge Carriel is going to put a stop to that, however. But still isn't going to be able to clean up like a ton of this board. Can only clear off one of the turtles? No, two of the turtles.
One turtle, two turtles. Two turtles.
Yep, because of the weapon swing.
And it sets up lethal because of the battle master in hand. No, it doesn't. It's not two turtles. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. That's this. Okay, that is a great draw, actually. Because I'm pretty sure this is the last turn you're ever going to be able to play Kazakhstan.
Yep. All right. Taunty things would help. Annoyo taunt. Yeah, that one.
I think, yeah, yep. Arm,
Knife?
Staff of Scales? No, Staff of Scales.
Oh yeah, staff. Cool. I always scared
Probably.
divine shields, but
Because you need removal.
do it twice because divine shields.
Army Knife, though, is also good. Even Puzzle Box, weirdly enough, is good. Because you can get rid of, like, the big buffs.
Now he takes the staff.
Oh, these are fantastic. Oh, fantastic. Necrotic Poison, fantastic.
Yeah, necrotic poison because it's the worst card and that kills the thing. Yeah. If you
Yeah,
draw
these
that,
are
you're
cool.
still fine.
These are great treasures.
Oh my goodness.
Great.
Any way Pascoa can get through all the turtles here. I mean, he can, but and do damage. What a nutty game of Hearthstone.
So Carriel Roam is buffed. So that can kill one turtle.
The answer is
You can hold the bridge to kill another turtle. Or even like hold the bridge after. Righteous Protector provides you with some protection.
the answer is here.
Righteous Protection, even.
If Dimitri gets through one more turn, he gets to capture Cold Tooth Mine into Annoyo stuff.
He doesn't have one more turn unless he picks up the perfect treasure.
They're all the perfect treasure.
They're not, though.
They're not. No.
Actually, a lot of them are.
Right, that's sort of where I was
Picked
at. Right?
Annoya Horn, Staff of Scales, Book of the Dead, Necrotic Poison, maybe?
There's no buffs in Pascoa's hand. Well, there are, but there's no... Oh, he's on 8. Yeah, they're good enough.
Yeah.
All right, what is it?
Wait, that's the worst one. Because he can only kill one minion. He can gain a lot of armor, but is it enough? You would Necrotic Poison the Carriel? Because it takes the most power up board? Because if you Necrotic Poison the 6/6, then a 1/1 pops out of it?
Capture for low.
Oh, no. Oh, it pulls Book of the Dead no matter what because it costs 14 base. Okay.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Yeah, nice spot, TJ.
So oh, wow, he can still gain a ton of armor.
Right.
Pascoa needs, if he sticks one, no, because there's going to be a ton of armor. I think Dimitri just gets there from here.
He has to live this one turn because next turn he can... Oh, he's used the Colting now, but he can't actually guarantee Annoyo, but I think it'd be good enough anyway. Just removing this lot, getting so much armor. So much armor. He just sits back in the chair. He thinks he's done enough, and I think he's right.
So this is 10 damage from hand. Hold the bridge, bring that minion up to 3 attack. Wind Fury in between.
8, 10. Any cheap?
Yeah, I think at this point you gotta kill Kazakhstan, though.
I mean, you saw Dimitri had to panic and use his Cold Tooth to do what he did last turn. Maybe you go face and hope that you win the race.
I just
Maybe you
really
keep
don't want
back
to leave
the
this
Battle Master.
up.
Guide my patience.
I don't want to. Maybe you don't, but
Let's strike harder.
You gotta kill it. There's too many things that punish you.
sure.
The iron is mine. Is mine. Job done.
Okay.
Oof. All right. We have spotted a win condition for Pascoa.
Can you?
You know what it is.
Have you watched enough over the last few weeks, chat?
Double Annoyahorn has to be in the bottom two. He has to pick up Smite next turn and then hero power it.
A lot.
A lot.
Yep. I love this win condition. Nope, that's
Nope.
not smite.
Nope. And I think that his timer has expired now on time to pick up Smite.
Good.
Because Dimitri is guaranteed to draw an Annoyahorn in 5 turns. And he would have needed... Actually, he's hitting for 2 every turn, so he actually only needs, what, 4 buffs? But that would require Dimitri to not hit Annoyahorn in that many things. And now this is going to change the clock as well. Resizing power
Pascoa
for
doesn't know that's
9.
there.
Clowns!
Yeah? Yeah.
Clowns is nutty!
Nutty clowns. Can't smite
This game
clowns.
is over with a capital V.
Over.
Yeah, this he preserves a poison on board. He can live for a long time because of Gariel. But he just can't get through the clowns. Oh no. Necrotic poison, he just kills it. Like he doesn't even have to Gnomish Army Knife because he can just keep that as another poison. Nah, he's just going to commit it. Save the Necrotic poison for whatever he needs it, but he has a Divine Shield with poison, and he has a poison in his hand. He's got a Staff of Scales in his deck. Ooh, this is brutal. Okay, now we have a McGurgle Prime out.
It needs to be the
Sort
best
of.
McGurgle Prime in the history of McGurgle land.
Actually,
But it's an out.
DimitriKazov can just not kill this.
Yep. Hit me for 6.
Just put an army knife on something else. Wait, how much damage is this? It's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not lethal. This is the
it's
weapon.
20 divided by 2 is 10. Amulet, which is, yeah, it's just not enough.
Like 13.
But that's fine, because 2 of his bottom cards are probably Annoyo people. Notice I just say something different every turn.
You don't kill this, I don't think, because there's a world where he gets like 4 fishy flyers.
No, don't, not fishy flyers. TJ, wait.
And can trade off the entire board, and then, like, weirdly enough, get through an Annoyahorn as well.
And then doesn't have to kill you because you've got no cards left because you got through the second.
Because you have no cards left, and then even if you Staff of Scales, they still get the death rattle from the fishy flyer, and so they can just keep putting more and more rushes in the way, and then I don't know. Yeah, you just don't kill it. Just don't complicate things. You set up for lethal.
Meanwhile, this is the world's slowest lifesteal as well, by the way. Because of the half damage on the carrier, only gaining 2 per clown hit.
Yep, and that'll do it. That'll do it. DimitriKazov has secured the win, secured a top 2 seed in playoffs, secures a top 4 spot in regular season standings, which means we will be seeing him in the Grandmasters last call later in the year. A lot of great stuff happening to DimitriKazov in this very moment. Pascoa, though, can be very proud of what he's accomplished. He's made it to playoffs. He's very likely to still get that top 4 spot. I think you calculated it, and like it's already set in stone.
If I'm correct with that, then
yeah,
we'll work it out. We'll work it out.
Yeah, we'll work it out for certain, but Pascoa very likely because of how the head-to-heads work. I think he can be happy with this. He'll get a shot at the World Championship going into the Grandmasters playoffs in 2 weeks. We have Master Tour next week. We're taking a break from Grandmasters in 2 weeks. And he showed us some fantastic play in this series as well. Even though he kind of got rolled over in some of the games, I think he spotted everything he needed to spot. He played to his outs, and that's what we've come to know Pascoa for. So well done for another top 4 finish. But DimitriKazov had more good things happen to him with that win than any other singular win. Actually, no, because DimitriKazov needed every win up until this point. Every win is worth a point. So they were all equally important.
You know that, teacher. You know better than to say they're not equally important.
Yeah. Even though this one felt more important, we all know it's only worth 1 point and $500. Every win he's gotten has been 1 point and $500. So every win that DimitriKazov has gotten has mattered the same.
But it doesn't sound as exciting when you say it like that. We like to say decision trees, exciting wins, ships have sailed, and points are worth exponentially more each week.
Yep.
Probably are, because 1 times 1 is 1. Multiplied by 1 is 1. Got it.
That's what exponential means. All right. Well, the finals is set up. It's Pun versus DimitriKazov. We missed out on the double new Grandmasters finals for the final week of regular season with Pun versus Pascoa, but DimitriKazov is new enough in order for that to happen. So it's new Grandmaster versus new Grandmaster. I make the rules. I drive the car of Grandmasters. But because DimitriKazov just played a pretty intense series, we're going to have to give him a little bit of a break before we jump into that one, which also means that we're going to take a little bit of a break before we get into the finals. But you're not going to want to miss it. It's our final game ever of regionally separated Grandmasters. The other regions have completed. So the next match, the finals of week 3 of the regular season of America's Grandmasters, will be the final regular season match played ever of a regional Grandmasters. So that's right.
Don't miss that.
Don't go anywhere.
That'll be bad.
We'll be right back. Bye, Neil.
Bye,
You'll
teacher.
be right back. Sign up.
Yuppie.
Get us out of here. everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. I'm TJ, joined by Lorinda, and it's time for the finals of the last week of the regular season of Grandmasters, of regional Grandmasters. In this case, it's America's Grandmasters, but it's the last one. Big deal as well for the players fighting. We have Pun versus DimitriKazov. Pun looking for that one last extra point to try and get to that top 4. Which would be a pretty big achievement for his very first season of Grandmasters. Neil, how are you feeling right now? What emotions are running through you at the moment?
I'm trying at this moment to take it in, because in 5 years' time, there'll be a quiz question of who won the last ever regional weekly tournament, Hearthstone Grandmasters. And we're going to find out. So I need to pay extra attention so I can remember who wins 5 years' time.
Could be in 5 years. Could even be in 10 years. You might get a quiz point and you might win $500.
Imagine that it comes up to $650 for turning up to the quiz. and then the $500 for getting the quiz point right, and then the quiz point could take me to the Quiz World Championships.
First, you'd have to.
It does look
playoffs.
Entirely unofficial, massively caveated. Checked it in the break, had a quick look. Like it will be Frozen who misses out, whatever happens here on the top 4, still be in the playoffs. But again, we won't have confirmation of that immediately. We're going to have to put it to the number crunchers and the checkers and the official people just to make sure. But that's what I think is the situation. But still,
that's if Pun wins.
Yes.
If Pun doesn't win, there's only 4 players at 7 points or above.
And then it's easy. Yes.
And then it's easy. It's just the 4 players that are at 7 points and above, which would be Fled, Frozen, DimitriKazov, and Pascoa. If Pun does win, it would mean that there are 3 players at 7 points. So Fled and DimitriKazov are guaranteed top 4, guaranteed going to Grandmasters last call. And then it'd be between Pun, Pascoa, and Frozen to see who gets that last spot. So Lorinda says and thinks that it would be Frozen who would miss out in that situation. But again, we'll wait for official mathematician confirmation in that regard. But first, we have to get to that point. Pun's going to open with Burn Shaman. Taking a look at the bans, both players have banned away Druid, which makes a whole lot of sense because their lineups seem pretty similar, both sharing the Druid, the Shaman, and the Demon Hunter. It's just Paladin versus Weapon Rogue that's the difference maker in the lineup category.
Yeah, and the Shaman's a pretty big deal here, looking to sweep, I think, with this. It's a weird thing to say because it can definitely lose to all 3 of these decks, but I don't think it's just a throwaway start. I think he's actually trying to get it done, to run through the lineup with it and see how he gets on. And DimitriKazov with the Weapon Rogue. I mean, joking aside, this is technically the throwaway pick, but we've seen Weapon Rogue do so much damage that it could just sweep anyway.
I think it's 3 unfavorables across the board. There's a Viper in every single one of the decks that Pun has remaining. Maybe not the Paladin, but it's Paladin after all. And also just some pretty rough matchups. Like Wildpaw Caverns is so hard for this deck to deal with. Paladin Taunt's so hard for this deck to deal with. And then Demon Hunter, Viper plus direct damage, right? And healing. Kind of a lot of things working against you in that regard. But like you said, we've seen Weapon Rogue beat all 3 of those things. We've seen Weapon Rogue even win against those 3 things when it gets Vipered also. So we shall see.
Pun has the decision to make. He obviously wants to put minions on the board against Rogue. That's a good thing to do. Makes them slow down, makes you start killing them. But he's got the Lightning Bloom, which anytime you see that when you're the Shaman, you just think Caverns, 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 Caverns. I'm on the coin. Just get the Caverns. I win the game.
Yeah. The only card that I would argue keeping alongside the Lightning Bloom is the Sleep Breaker, I think.
Yeah.
I think you do want to aggressively look for Caverns with the other 3. I would throw away all 3 and just say Caverns is happening.
Yep.
But again, like you said, minions on board, also a good thing.
Meanwhile, DimitriKazov's done his mulligan because he's got a shank and a silver leaf.
That's all you need. Yeah, oh yeah, full
go for
full
Caverns.
toss. Full toss. Oh, he hit it. He hit it.
Oh, he could have kept
we-
the breaker.
Job done.
We saw Pascoa win against Nalgidon when Nalgidon bloomed out a Wild Paw Caverns. He needed absolutely perfect draws alongside absolutely perfect plays in order to get that done.
Nice. You're on all the
I know.
And there's no way we see it happen twice.
I thank you.
I think, isn't that contrary to what we normally say? Everything happens twice. But yeah. Not gonna be able
Except
to
for
attack
earning $500 in a point when you win a match. That only ever happens once
per match.
per match.
All right. So he's got the freeze in, so that's shut down any silver leaf action. So now Dimitri's job is to somehow get into position where he can get the cloak to stop the freeze chain, then do some things, whatever the things may be, then get a cloak to stop the freeze chain again, and then do some things.
You still need the shank, however. So you still need to play the shank and start buffing it up. Because eventually you will have to attack. But it's like you said, it's going to require getting to and playing the cloaks.
And then you've played your cloaks, which is bad because then you're not protected anymore. But you have to do it to break this chain so you can actually get your silver leaf doing something or your shank doing something. And Pun's like, okay, well, here we go. Here's some minions. I'm going to hit you with them in case you find those cloaks. We've seen what happens if you don't hit people.
So that's... Is that just lethal? 13 plus 4, 17 plus...
Job's done.
Any overload card is lethal?
8, 11, 12, 15, 18.
It's 20?
Plus 2. Yeah.
So you do it.
Yes. You just do it. Right.
Yeah. You could even like play a sleep breaker after.
Other play is to just draw a card, yeah. Read your 1/1 because who cares? Because whichever way it goes, the cloak shuts down your attacks and your spells in this deck. You haven't got any passive damage. There's a cloak! I have no idea how this is going to work, but there's a cloak. I thought I'd shout it really loudly. Wake a few people up. Sorry for that, if you were one of the people I woke up. That rhymes with cloak up, so I thought I'd do it.
Job done.
The only lightning that's going to strike twice here is the lightning bolts.
If that, like these minions aren't going anywhere.
I love the way that everybody's terrified of this deck now. Like, Pun is sitting there with an enormous lethal army, a million card draw, damage in hand against somebody who can't win. And he's being incredibly careful because of all the things that have gone before with this week. Innocent Strike face, passage, cloak. And then what do you do? How do you play your next turn after that?
His opponent would be at 20. He needs Deadly Poison, actually. Deadly Poison would be more damage than Sinister Strike over 2 turns. He has to play to the maximum out. Okay. Trade and then prep into Deadly Poison? So I believe it's not... No, it's not enough. He needed damage. Because he won't have the mana next turn. This had to be damage, I think.
You're right. And I think you're right, but also I think even that might have not been enough. But I think to have any chance, you're right.
Job done.
Pun's like, really? Come on. Set up game 2, man. Stop trying. Garrote question time. There's nowhere near enough mana or anything to garrote somebody to death by miracles here.
Another happy guilty.
Right?
It's not there, no. If he picks up Garrote off the top, okay. All right, let's count max damage. He trades Blackwater Cutlass. He draws Garrote off the top. He trades into Wicked Stab. And all of those things hit one of the spells. He Garrotes, that's 4. Sinister Strikes, that's 7. Wicked Stabs, that's 4. With the weapon attack, I lost count. Okay, well, he's dead. How much damage could that have been, though? Like, was it possible? Frostbite didn't come out. 4 from the Groats with Sinister Strike would be 7. Weapon attack would be 10. Wicked Stab would be 14. And then all 4 bleeds would be 22.
It was on 23, I think.
Okay, so there was literally no way possible
0
for him to have an out there. I don't think. Because no way for him to fit spell damage in. Like, he would have had to hit Deadly Poison off the prep and there, right?
Yep.
And then he would have had the perfect whatever loaded up.
Poison would do 4, possibly even 6. Right.
Yeah. So, like, you can see, like, with perfect draws like, in double cloak, like, you can get there sometimes, but and you can also see just how insane it was for like Pascoa to actually even get to that point.
Right.
Won the game yesterday.
Yep.
But now we have Quest Fell Demon Hunter versus the Burnt Shaman. You know, the one thing is now DimitriKazov gets the information battle. We've seen Quest Fell Demon Hunter beat just about everything.
Yep.
Funnily enough, like, Wild Paw Caverns is also key in this matchup. Oh, wait, it's key in every matchup. It's just the card that you want.
Range. It makes sense, right? Because everyone's playing Vipers because there's a lot of weapons, and what stops weapons? Being frozen. That's why he's in the playoffs.
Yep.
Interesting to see what Pun does this time. There is an argument for keeping the Zapper.
Yeah, and just playing it on.
An argument for keeping the Portal. There's an argument that Caverns is good, but on the play, quite slow, unless you get to bloom it out. And again, you're on the play, so you've got less cards. I think because he's got the Portal, that makes the Zapper play a little bit less good.
E3 kept.
Rekept. Okay.
Just wants minion pressure.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. He
Okay.
full mulled. I was
That makes far more sense.
There's no way. Yeah.
1 keep I could have understood. A 2 keep I would have got behind to some degree. But yeah, a full keep. The burn made no sense. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
You see why he might want to keep some early pressure, because now he's doing nothing for a couple of turns.
Yeah.
Excuse me, which you really don't want to do against Demon Hunter. Gives them free reign to start doing stuff. It also makes their glides better because you're not emptying your hand.
There is little time.
Yeah, little 1/1.
Yeah, no matter
Just-
which way Pun plays this, I feel like he's going to be vulnerable to glide at every point in the game, unless he does pick up something to actually Lightning Bloom out.
Mhm.
I grow.
That's why the Zapper keep isn't necessarily ridiculous, right? If you go Zapper into Portal, you're just playing stuff, which means that they're having to deal with stuff. Their glides are less good. They're taking some damage. That's not so relevant because they get healed back up. But you're getting to control the pace of the game.
Ugh.
Earthing. Yeah. You never really get to the situation where repeated Guardians matter. We've discussed Glide, which means that repeated multicasters are not so good. Oh yeah, this makes sense, even though it's absolutely horrible to look at. Might even have to frostbite it at some point.
I grow impatient.
He's planning ahead. Wants to work out how to get to this glide.
Yeah, it's pretty easy, right? Considering like Illidari studies, he could just dump at the turn that he actually plays glide.
Yeah.
Fell Screen Blast can sometimes be a little bit of a bummer to like actually just dump, but Landslide, Frostbolt, Frostbite face.
Yeah.
Nice.
Not going anywhere. Shaman does this occasionally. That's what happens when one of the cards in your deck is kind of so overpowered. Quite often you find the rest of your deck, you know, can draw the wrong cards, but... Off glide, because he's seen that Pun's just going to play around it, so...
Yeah. I wouldn't mind that at all. He's going to do his due diligence. Make sure he thinks it through, but I don't see any reason why he wouldn't go for this. His hand was not looking good from that point. So try and make it look a little better. Still doesn't look fantastic, but...
Yeah, it doesn't look fantastic for either of them right now. Oh!
Oh! Now it looks okay.
Yeah. That looks grim for Dimitri. Spectral Sight, yeah.
I see.
How high up is Dimitri?
Again?
A window.
He's on the shelf that he used to put his statues upon.
Yeah, looking down on the old area.
Yeah.
Now he's elevated himself to top 2 player in the whole of Americas.
So he
Which
needs
puts him in
to
the top
physically
100 in the
elevate
world.
himself.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, Lightning Bloom Brucon. At least he's doing something. Still playing around glide, still putting on pressure. And Brucon's important in this matchup because you can just keep rolling 6 damage every other turn, and
Healing
gonna
or
get you a long ways.
What's the 2 3s? Oh, 6 more damage.
Might have to be expendable performers.
Yeah, Arcanist Fell Screen Blast is just not where you want to be. You want to save that for the Immolation Aura?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Do the performers even achieve much? They clear everything? Okay. That's achieving something. Does make it hard to win the game, though.
It certainly does.
He's 2 turns away himself now, right? So now he can do the Fell Screen Blast. He's picked up the Kurtrus, and he's got the combo in hand. Shaman's always got minions. Not quite lethal though, because Pun is on 32.
Damn it,
Never wasting that 6
piling
damage.
up though.
Want to frostbite the 1-3 and press the button, or do you want to play a portal?
The button happens no matter what. I think portal is fine. Yeah. This is good.
Yep. Chaos Strike. Now he's got to deal with the freezing, or he never gets to attack with his combo anyway.
Well, what he could do is just use the combo to push damage and clear up the board next turn. But he's going to be frozen no matter what. Cursus resets your hero, which means you get unfrozen, so he'd be able to attack this turn. This might just be
Grow impatient.
Immolation Aura, Fell Barrage? Double Fell Barrage?
Right, because you've got the War Blades with your Kurtras if you're going to get unfrozen for later.
Yeah, so I think you have to, double Fell Barrage. Immolation Aura, double Fell Barrage, yep. DimitriKazov just got through the same process that we did, except he just did it a little bit faster. And so, yeah, now he has Kurtras plus Haldraki Warblades, and then he's got combo essentially loaded up. Pun's looking for multicaster right now. Anything that can help him get resources. Now, though, it's between Imprisoned Phoenix and Blood Mage Thalnos, but he just desperately needs cards. So I think it has to be Blood Mage Thalnos.
Absolutely.
All right,
Now
it's going to be the hero power for next turn. He's looking for damage. He wants that damage every other turn. Load it up.
Yeah, not messing around.
Yeah, it didn't hit damage. That's probably the worst in this situation.
Two-card hand, obviously significantly less scary, but with the Brukan online, you're just permanently worried here.
I kind of want a other Kurtras.
5-mana Kurtras?
Yeah. You 5-mana Kurtras, Haldraki Warblade's hero power. You take 2, but you heal for 3. So you'd be at 14. You'd leave 3 damage on the board with a spell damage.
Impatient.
So he would have to have like triple burn spells. Ooh. Because then next turn you could go Kurtras like Fury Haldraki Warblades. Or no, you wouldn't even have to. You could Kurtras Fury Chaos Strike.
Yeah, and that's a big heal.
Yeah.
And your minions are still there, so your opponent actually has to deal with them in some worlds. Obviously the landside's there, we can see that, but...
So he's not going to Haldraki Warblades. He's going to hold on to the information. And this is just more damage. Yeah. Ah, I like this. Multicaster? Oh, multicaster.
Hearthstone game is happening.
Yep. And he's just going to want to dump as much stuff like immediately as he can.
Yep.
He just doubled Zapper Serpentrine. He die if he does that?
Go the other way as well. You can zap her into Guardian.
Ooh. You limit the
Big enough to be a pain.
Performers. But he's still a 30, so expendable performers is not really.
Yeah, it's not a lethal, right? As long as you're setting up, and now you've drawn those cards, you are kind of setting up.
But he has a Fury. So if there's 14 health on the board, he does have lethal. If there's, it would need to be 12 health on board. No, not 12 because he's at 9 mana. 13 health on board would be lethal. Oh, he hit damage.
Dix more. Double spell damage in hand. Damage spell in hand. Needs to get some health.
Yeah, but he can do that.
He can.
Aldraki Warblades, I think you just load up the Fury. I don't think you Chaos Strike this turn.
Sure.
Fury and then Hero Power. And you're gaining 7. So he's going up to 23. I don't think there's any outs for lethal for Pun unless he picks up Macaw off the top.
Or another
Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
This is 9 plus 10. It's 19 damage. That could be made more. What if you okay, yeah, so still just 13. There's no outs from Serpent Shrine Portal that would give you any more, so you're just gonna set Fall Guardian.
Yeah. This makes sense. It buys you a turn. Your opponent has to mess around dealing with it again.
So that's 9 health, so that's 20 damage. Plus Chaos Strike, that's lethal.
That's 9, 18, 20. Chaos Strike.
Right?
I'm missing one somewhere, but that's probably me, not you.
So Chaos Strike Hero Power is 6.
Uh-huh.
And then 18 from the Expendable Performer. So
This is lethal now, definitely. Yeah.
he had it before the Chaos Strike. Because you Chaos Strike and Hero Power, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
6 damage you have loaded up, and there's 9 health on board. So you get 18 more. So 18 plus 6, he had it before the second Chaos Strike. But the second Chaos Strike just makes it even more.
I always forget that first one.
Yeah, you can Hero Power before something attacks.
Yeah. That's the one I always miss. Who knew the rules of the game? Nice spot, TJ. And he has done this like half an hour ago. You saw him sit back in his chair, so.
Yep.
I was just watching the motions be motioned, in motion. Live motion here on YouTube.
Yeah, see, he had 24 with 2 minions not even or with 1 minion not attacking. All right. So we have a tied series now, 1-1. But Pun gets to answer to this Demon Hunter. Decks he has left remaining are the Demon Hunter himself as well as the Libram Paladin. So it's probably going to be Libram Paladin. Because he doesn't want to just toss it up to a mirror, and he wants to have that Demon Hunter for if DimitriKazov has to go to the Shaman.
Yeah, I agree with all that assessment. On the Paladin, and very important Hearthstone game. Pun did so much damage that game. He had a terrible start, didn't he? He had a really slow start.
Yeah, he did hit Wild Pot Caverns, but it was on 5. And I think DimitriKazov handled that really well. By like not overreacting to it immediately, but taking a turn to draw cards, taking the damage, and then like healing back up. Which is kind of how you have to take it, because you don't really want to overreact to 1 because you know there's going to be 2 more on consecutive turns.
He wasn't scared to self-glide?
It doesn't matter as much because Weapon Rogue's gone for Dimitri, but I said that he had a Viper in all 3 decks, but he does not have a Viper in the Paladin. That's right. He's
okay.
The Lord Broad Mutinous version of the Libram Paladin. But here we go.
Card, 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 card. On the top, and on the bottom it's just card. Like, Trog isn't terrifying against Demon Hunter, but sometimes it's just outright impossible to deal with.
Yeah, especially with a noble mount.
We might see the carrier get thrown here and looking for another buff, but we might see the hand get kept because turn 2 on the Trog would make quite a big difference.
Yeah. Just
All right,
okay.
just going for that.
Ooh, I like the other hand better.
Yeah, me too. The second game in a row.
Oh. Okay, Vindicator. That's good.
Yep.
I still want... No, never mind. He only one kept and was only Trog. If he had kept more, I don't know. I'm debating on whether I just want to hero power this or if I would Chaos Strike because I need to find removal. But he's just going to hero power it. Just in case he can... yeah.
They only do one at a time. You can always Chaos Strike the big one if you have to and just let the other little one chill.
Oh, that is so good. And then you can roll it into Vindicator to buff it even more. Oh, that is so good.
And now it gets difficult.
You just smack it again.
Uh-huh. When you get to 4 mana, you start getting options of drawing some cards and looking for outs, but for now, I think you just smack it again. The other option is to decide, like you were talking about last turn, to just go through your deck, take as much damage as the Trogs can hit you with, and just get it over with. Find the aura. Just do the thing.
Yeah, he uses the Fury here because he needs to find, like, he needs to go off next turn with draw. Like, he can't afford to just sit back and do nothing. So he's gonna, like, look to complete quest, and then from the quest find an answer to the board. Is looks like what is going to be the play here. Noble Mount, like, weirdly enough in this situation, it's not the worst actually. I don't know. You don't want to put it on the Trog, and so it doesn't beef up its health.
Gets them both out of immolation aura range, which is nice. You have to hit one with your face, and the other one lives, whatever it is. The 1/1 lives, and then you start playing Truth Seekers. Nice spot for pun.
Ooh. Coin?
I want to coin out a Truth Seeker, surely.
Yeah.
Because I've got 2 of them.
Yeah,
I can
coin.
play the other one.
He wants to play around Glide.
Yeah.
Because he just dumped a Fury for no discernible reason. Except for trying to move a card into outcast position.
No, I see that. I see that. But also, if you
Now
guided here, yeah.
He could... Oh! Hello there, talented Arcanist Immolation Aura.
Uh-huh. I see it. And Fellscreen Blast is living there as well, so you can actually Immolation Aura first. Gain some health back and have something on the board, if he wanted to go that way.
Yeah. He's got to think, okay, how does next turn work? How do I want to order it? What he could also do is Fellscreen Blast right now
Okay.
to board lock pun.
And then guarantee clear everything but the 1/1 Divine Shields next turn.
Yeah. But with Talented Arcanist Immolation Aura, I think you're clearing anything that would be played anyway, and you're more concerned about buffs here than anything else. However, it would have board locked in for Night of Anointment, and he wouldn't be able to pick up another spell, but both Noble Mounts have been used, so it only had 1 health to the board, which would still get swept up by Talented Arcanist Immolation Aura. And I guess even if he had Noble Mounted available, it still wouldn't, so...
What's going to be interesting is the way Pun's played this. He is going to have Truth Seeker into Truth Seeker after the clear happens, which is some big stuff. Which may matter. Dimitri is starting to stabilize, but this is a lot of damage. Like, it's a board lock, it's a clear, but at what cost? Oh my goodness. Now then.
So yeah, if you Immolation Aura, you get full value from Talented Arcanist because the Trog would survive, and so another Trog would spawn, and so you get 9 health, and there would be 2 1/1s on board. And you also get to keep a Talented Arcanist.
Doing it this way, I think he gets Spectral Sight as well, which is why the weird things are happening. Nice.
Do you even want to Spectral Sight? Because the way it looks right now, he wants to glide double jump into glide next turn, and then he'd want Spectral Sight to still be in his deck. Unless he's looking at expendable performers on 7, right? Then he would Spectral Sight.
And he is looking at that by the look of things. All right. Semblance of the first lot of things being dealt with okay, but now the second wave will come in. And this Libra of Hope's going to get cheap quick, and the Varian pickups cards. And there's no glide. There is a double jump glide available. But Dimitri also has all hands on deck just to not die in the next 2 or 3 turns.
Gotta clear. He actually keeps a 1/1 alive too. I don't mind. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. He could if he used Fel Barrage as well, which he may want to. Actually, he could go Immolation Aura, Fel Barrage, and then equip Aldraki Warblades.
And hit you for 1.
And then set up for glide.
Yep.
He could also self-glide next turn by going double jump, then Viper Trade. Could also expendable performers.
I cannot wait to read these.
There's a lot going on right now.
Yep, Pun's Librams have got to emergency speed level. He draws the glide, of course he does.
Oh, dude, expendable performers now though. Ooh.
6.
Because there's 9 health on board, so you could end this turn with like all 6 alive, right?
Yep.
He's gonna self-glide. Yeah, he's gonna trade the Rush Rod Viper, then self-glide. Self-glide.
Or
will he?
He's
Yeah, he will.
used so much removal that I don't think Mitheridan's ever going off.
Okay. Oh, Kurtrus. Jace gets expendables back. Okay. All right.
Going on. It's going on. It's happening.
Things are happening. A lot of things.
You know what else is happening though? 4 mana Libra of Hope. Into Varian. With a glide having been gone. Pun's going to set up lethal on the next 2 or 3 turns in a row. And he's going to have the taunts out there to avoid taking a lethal on the swing back. And there's a carrier now.
Oh, he's got the goods. He's got all the goods.
So many goods.
Good.
And
That's good. That's a good
there's no bads.
stuff.
Just the goods.
However, how big are these demons? Are they 4/4s or above?
I always
If they are, he can Kurtrus. Oh, and dead. Oh my goodness.
How does he live?
He lives on board if he just plays Kurtrus.
Okay, okay.
He goes up to 14. There'd be 9 damage on the board with 2 Librams. Oh, he would die to Cariel.
Yeah, the 4 damage we always ignore. He has to go for it though, doesn't he?
Oh, wait. No. He could...
Demons.
He could go max healing and go Kurtrus hero power attack, hero power, leave a minion on board, but smack into the 7/8, and then he'd still be dead. Yeah, I think he's dead no matter which way he does this. He's gonna do it the way I suspected.
Yeah, the first effort.
Oh no, he's not dead. Because he leaves the Librams up. Right?
No, there's 8 there. Yeah, you're right. He's alive.
Oh, that was insane. That's a sick play.
8, 9, the next Liebram, still 1 safe. What's he got next time? We think that Pun's 1 short here, right? So
Those who set themselves against me.
there's going to be no taunts.
Yeah, there will be. This is Devout Pupils.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets 1 Devout Pupil. There's going to be too much health of taunts in the way. Barely too much health of taunts in the way.
7, 10, 15. Oh my.
Move quickly.
Yeah, you got to play Devout Pupil.
I do love
Yep.
good.
12, 11, 12. Yep. What a game.
I know. And so now he has to do the combo just to heal.
Which is a lot, but there's more stuff coming where this came from. That's the problem for him.
Yeah, there's set.
The answer is here.
He can only get through 12, 13 points of taunt.
Yeah.
Amidst the flames, only we.
And there was only 12 before the Devout Pupil, so that was a potential disaster.
Give them fell. Go! There is no measure to my fury.
Now he's dead to Cariel.
Not if he furies.
Not if he furies. And actually not.
No, he's not dead.
Not anyway.
He's not dead.
Not anyway, yeah. Fine. A very limited definition of fine.
Combo still weirdly intact.
Yeah. Nicely done there.
Yes, this is going to be a Cariel response from Pun. Oh my gosh, this is intense. I can't hang.
Is Pun just going to win with the weapon swings like 100 times or something? But there is a Viper, right? Of course there's a Viper.
Oh my gosh, Demetrius, that play still boggles my mind. He found the play that leaves him alive to Carol, the only one, by not killing the Libram.
Yep. He's played so well all season, honestly. I'd be so happy for him to win this tournament.
Must move quickly.
Thank you, Hero Power. Put the Librams on it, and Carol. Oh, okay. He doesn't want to leave health on the board.
Yep. We're going to have this weird situation where neither of them really want to do anything. It's so bizarre. So Pun is just going to put small amounts of attack on the board every turn, right? So he doesn't die, but is threatening enough to win the game.
Yeah.
And Dimitri's going to slowly but surely heal up, but finding a win condition is going to be so hard.
Oh, I was gonna say, do you kill the? I was gonna say kill the Samuro, put the Librams back in hand, then double jump glide. Oh man.
But Pun can't play Liadrin now because he will die. Did that turn up? Unless he wins when he plays it. Which he might.
Let me look at the spells that have been played. He's played.
Yeah.
He's only played 4 Librams. He's only played Libram 4 times.
Okay.
Libram 4 times, Hand of Adult twice, Noble Mount twice. Whoa!
All right. Gonna try and kill you next turn if you haven't got a taunt. Pun hasn't got a taunt, but he has got super damage Harva. Played around the lethal from the Carriel again.
Yep. Stonehawk Vindicator draws nothing.
Sweet.
And it looks like Matherodon also plays around like just playing Matherodon plays around Mutinous. That draws a Libram of Hope.
Got to play Carriel, right, if he thinks the lethal's coming. Hope there's no Viper.
Yep. Dimitri was just so hoping that there was no Carriel there because he had a near guaranteed lethal setup if there wasn't.
That was also good about the play. He was hoping it wasn't there while simultaneously playing around if it was.
Yeah.
Like for the last 3 or 4 turns since you pointed it out.
A double jump is a guaranteed glide. Yeah,
Now he's forced into clearing. Yeah. Pun's like, why don't you die? Why don't you get out of my game? Stop trying.
So the healing will only be half.
Oh, yes, yeah. There's no smite in Pun's deck.
This Knight of Anointment will pull a Libra of Hope out of the deck.
Shadows grow long.
Enjoy your final.
I mean, I just still think Pun gets there.
I do too, but he needs to. Because there's a 12-12 facing him down. I know it's only a 6-6 really, but you know, there's no Mr. Smite, so we can't talk about that out. But the hero power and just playing a minion now the performance have gone is probably enough.
One damage off lethal divided by 2.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, Lady Liadrin. We can go Knight of Anointment, Lever of Hope this turn, and then hope that buys enough time, and then Lady Liadrin next turn.
There's a Viper in this deck, right?
In Dimitri's, yes.
And a Glide still?
Yes. Glide is the only outcast card left.
So he's got outs here.
Stoneheart Vindicator does not draw anything, as I said earlier.
True strength comes from within.
Here's the Lever of Hope, though.
Yeah,
That's down a lot
I
of the
just don't think
plans.
he has any outs.
Yeah.
He's going to think where to put these. I think you put one Libram on each of the 2/2s to play around Fel Barrage.
Sure.
One of them will always live.
Yep.
Well done, pun.
Well done, pun.
Still a Talented Arcanist and a Fel Screen Blast left.
There is the Barrage, so he's rewarded for his positionizing.
What outcast card can we find here? He's gonna self-glide.
In the bite, let
Oh wait,
Barrage be better.
Stelina before the glide. Get rid of his only card. Nah, because then you have no mana.
Dreadlord's bite. Barrage trade clears the board.
It does. And he could even glide after that, but it'd be outcasted. But he's putting 2 Librams back in the hand, so maybe that's not bad.
Yeah. And hope he picks up a Libram after you
He's
glide.
going to Hero Power instead. Yeah, he's not glided.
Fighting.
Yeah. Libram Hope costs 4? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. And he can't kill this. That's... If he finds the Viper, it's lethal, and he's nearly guaranteed to find the Viper.
The Iron Divine is mine.
But it'll reduce the hope, right? No, he won't. I'm going insane.
Hope costs 4 because he still has an Aldor Attendant in deck.
Yep.
It costs 4.
Why?
Oh my goodness. Did Dimitri get there? He's still got to find it.
Ridiculous. Oh, there's the pupil.
Oh, pupil. I forgot about the pupil. It had to be pupil. Exactly pupil from that.
Yep, it did. So close, because like you say, the glide is going to see almost all the deck. Probably.
Oh my gosh.
Bits for the Viper. He needs.
That's so insane.
This has been a crazy game all the way.
He played that so well. Holy moly.
It's very rarely I look at a game and say the person who lost it has played this incredibly, but this has been just treading that tightrope all the way. He tried to keep the combo. He had to use the combo not to die. Then he had to try and get Moktherodon to stay around and try and draw his Viper. He has given himself every chance to win this, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. Unless we're missing something incredibly nutty now, which I don't think we are.
It would have been lethal.
Yeah, it was guaranteed because he'd had the tradable on the Need for Greed and the Chaos Strike.
Well, he drew the Viper.
No, but even if he hadn't, what I mean is the worst
yeah.
case, I think he had it anyway.
Like maybe there's a silence for 0 mana. Pun takes the win. But what a game from DimitriKazov. Oh my goodness gracious.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And it's down to the Shaman, so this is not over yet. DimitriKazov, like last year, we were saying how solid he was. Maybe some lineup decisions were a little bit iffy. Not bad iffy, just mediocre, not exciting iffy. That makes sense? Never bought a challenging lineup that could... Never did a fled, let's put it that way. Just brought the good stuff, played it well. This year, I feel like he stepped up another gear. I feel like he settled in, and that skill we knew he had, we are seeing it game after game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Pun played incredibly well that game also, but when you're playing from an unfavorable position like Dimitri was, and trying to, like, dead to, like, so many things each and every turn, trying to find the exact out, right?
Yep.
It just hits that much harder.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Pun played around the expendable combo like pretty well the whole game. Even that turn where he could have like Light Forge Cariol, but instead decided to put just enough power on the board so he wasn't dead to expendables plus Deadeye, but not enough, or enough to like threaten lethal, but not enough to die to expendables plus Deadeye. Still good stuff.
Yeah, I think we always
not as flashy.
On the person who is behind, right? Because the person who is in front, the person who's behind needs the person who's in front to make a mistake quite often in those situations. So you point it out when it happens rather than observe how well they're playing not to walk into those mistakes. So you're right, Pun played great as well. But I think it's our job always to highlight what is happening from the underdog's point of view, what they're trying to do to squeak a win from the unknown.
Yeah.
But yes.
So looking at the end there, the Hand of Adal, there were 5 cards left. He was guaranteed Hand of Adal at that point, I believe, because there hadn't been enough spells. There was 6 Libra of Wisdoms in the pool, 2 Hopes. I guess it wasn't guaranteed to hit Hand of Adal, right? But it doesn't matter. And then he had a 1 in 5 to hit Devout Pupil, and Devout Pupil was the only thing that saved it. With that much mana left remaining. So, oh, geez. All right, well,
Multicaster?
Shaman.
We're keeping Cavern. We're throwing landslides. We're deciding on multicaster here. He's going for the max chance of Caverns. And gets it twice.
A little too much Caverns.
Giddy on the Caverns there, Dimitri.
Yeah. So this is not the worst matchup for Burn Shaman, but it's one of the poorer matchups for Burn Shaman. The matchups that are worse Burn Shaman are any form of Control Warrior, both Control and Charge. Owl Warlock is a worse matchup, and Quest Hunter is a worse matchup. Libram Paladin is slightly favored for the Libram Paladin, normally.
Normally. But not
Normally,
now.
Yep. But with this opening, I don't think...
It's Shaman favored with this. It's not guaranteed or anything with this opening, but the thing is, the middle game becomes such a stodge fest with everybody just frozen and doing nothing. If the Shaman has done early damage, which it is going to do a chunk of here, just going to ignore Pun's minions and hit him in the face for 12, maybe even 15 before he has to respond. When that stodge fest happens in the middle of the game, the Shaman's just accumulating hand damage. The reason it's not favored is quite often, this doesn't happen and he is going to trade it away. This doesn't happen, and what happens then is the Paladin gets to 23, 24, I don't know, some high number, heals for 8, and you can't get the damage realistically as the Shaman and withstand the pressure at the same time.
Yeah. GamerRvg here is actually quite good, however.
It is, yeah.
Though, DimitriKazov could just wind chill it and then go about his day.
Yeah, that would be
Still push 6.
6 plus whatever the next turn ends up being, depending exactly how he decides to go about it, and that's a lot of damage.
And then he could use it against Pun later on down the line when he really doesn't want to have stuff do 1 damage to his board. That's tempting.
He's
But
tempted.
at any point, he could also draw the broom.
Yep, that plays around any accidents. Time to break some sleets.
Yeah, do you Sleep Breaker Wind Chill or do you Sleep Breaker Lightning Bolt to not have to worry about that any longer?
I want to wind chill for now because I've got the board, and my lightning bolt might just be lethal.
You just play it again?
Yep. Power of me.
Do try to keep yourselves alive.
Okay, I will.
Is mine. Is mine.
I mean, rear them into the face. Enough? This might just be enough. Might just trade these two away, clear the board, and play another cavern.
What if you... Oh, okay. I was thinking just go all face.
Definitely could.
And then try and find the burn. Because he's got 8 in hand already. He would have put it down to 12. He'd be on a Lightning Bolt or a Serpentine Portal draw for the rest of the game to get there. But this is the situation you had mentioned. With you get your damage in early and then you go from there. Pun not playing the Lemur of Wisdom because he knows that this Aldar Trueseeker probably won't die. And then he could Blade Master Samro to clean things up next turn. If I'm Dimitri, he might be eyeing like Frostbite on this Aldar Trueseeker to just get it out of the way.
Oh, he doesn't want to do it, but he knows he might have to because he's got no cards.
Ooh, Landslide is decent.
Lady Vash is so good against Paladin in particular.
I don't know. I might pick the Blood Mage Thanos, trade Frostbite, then play Blood Mage Thanos.
Sure. The reason I like Vash is because of the Stodge Fest again. You just draw 3 or even 6 cards from it and just pile it into face. But this works too.
Yeah.
Because he needs the cards immediately in the way he's playing it.
This was very well set up by Pun, however. Ooh, hello. That's a fully juiced multicaster.
Yep. And he doesn't need much. I don't think he's got lethal this turn without some sort of miracle. Lightning Bloom, Novice, Lightning Bolt might be lethal this turn. Something like that.
Magic? Yeah, I've heard of it.
Oh, it's lethal next turn. Surely, I don't think I need to count this.
Well, there's a Libram.
There's a Libram of Hope. Yeah. Without the Libram of Hope, I think it's almost certainly lethal next turn. But there is a Libram of Hope.
I think you dump one of these burn spells to the face this turn. Serpentine Portal?
Yep.
And then next turn we have, you go Novice Zapper, Lightning Bolt, Overdraft, which is...
Evan?
7 plus 8, 15, plus a frostbite, which is 4, it's 19. I don't know.
Not enough yet, but any burn spell.
You do it and then you brew con next turn?
Yeah, make them have another one. Yeah, I like it. Not just make them have another one, but make them have another one once or twice. I like it.
Can also clear the board here.
Sure. I like your play, but I can see the hands.
What to do?
Yeah.
The storm is in me.
Yep. Pun's like, what? Have you got me?
Everyone's like, hello? Yep, he's going to set it up. He's going to make him have it. So it's Cariel or Libra of Hope off the top for Pun.
Oh, it's dawned on him. Yeah, that's not that.
He died.
Well played, Dimitri.
Is there anything else he can get? Anything else? Nope. He just looks so calm. He's like, yep.
And
He
Pun
knows
still
with
looks
5 mana, there's
slightly
nothing
confused.
that Pun can do.
There's no lethal. I'm just going to say that. 12. Yeah, you can't get 18 damage of Paladin spells. It'd be a good deck.
Be a very good deck. Talking Holy Wrath.
Really?
Into whatever it was. It did 20. 25.
May the light grant you peace.
Oh, there it is. It's like, I'm going to take away the spell damage, so you need more than one burn spell.
Dimitri's just missing a white cat at the way he's moving his hand. Look at this.
There it is. Brucon for the lethal. Wow. Okay. That was a pretty intense game. Love the way Pun set up that Blademaster Samuro. Takes all of the patience in the world in order to do that, to not play the Libram. Because the True Seeker is just never going to die in that situation. Or if it's going to get frozen sometimes too. So you never be able to trade in. So he set it up perfectly, was just hoping that DimitriKazov was just going to let the board sizzle as it was, and he did. So that was a good read by Pun and a good setup by Pun for Blademaster Samuro. He looked pretty good with the Samuro clear into a Libra of Hope, had a ton of life and a board lead with taunts in the way. But it was Dimitri's hand was just start off with Bloom Caverns, follow that up with Caverns.
Yep.
And then as soon as that was done, it was multicaster into all the burn in the world with perfect mana expenditure and Brucon. So those are the Shaman hands that are going to beat Libra Paladins. Just probably about a 55-45 matchup. In the hands of a really good Burn Shaman player, I'd put it closer to 50-50. I think Burn Shaman has more skill expression than Libra Paladin.
Agree.
But yeah, so it wasn't a super favorable. But now it all comes down to this. It's game number 5, and it's going to be the Demon Hunter for Pun versus the Burn Shaman once again for DimitriKazov. And we saw this situation reversed earlier.
We did, and when it was reversed, Pun drew absolutely nothing after a full mulligan.
Nothing.
Did contain some minions.
It was like
Cavern
Dapper,
5.
Bloom, Macaw, and Snowfall Guardian. And then he top decked the Caverns on 5 and played it, and then bloomed out a Brucon, but it just wasn't enough at that point. DimitriKazov was able to style all over him. He did a good job of playing around Glide, but in doing so, you're kind of just playing out things incrementally instead of like holding on to these big burst combos. So it can be difficult in that sense. DimitriKazov, he's got his heart set on one thing and one thing only, and that's Wildpaw Caverns. He doesn't hit it.
Yeah.
And Shaman players only care about one thing, and it's disgusting.
Well, poor Cavern on 1. Right, interesting looking game already. Pun with the very different opening hand. He's seen the full mull, so he knows that he's likely not up against the nonsense. Dimitri did make the choice to throw the multicaster. It is one I keep pointing out because I do agree with it, but it's a choice you make. As is...
Look at Pun. He's praying already.
Well, it's halfway there. So Dimitri, very worst now, is going to have it on 3, which is okay. That's in time.
Yep, and he's got a nice little tour there.
Stopgap.
Yeah.
Little stopgap.
He could actually just trade the Viper next turn and hit the Bloom, get the Caverns out of turn sooner.
I mean, nice thought. But you want to keep your Viper, don't you, to stop the healing?
Yeah.
But nice thought. And he'll probably trade it away next turn now just to show you things.
Yeah.
There's stuff happening at the top, though. Need for greed. There's a Magtheridon hanging out. There's an Arcanist.
Yeah, beautiful pickup from Pun. In this Wild Paw Cavern, turn 3, ugh, way too late. Way too
Yeah. Who does that? Work out Magtheridon hits, but yeah.
Oh, this actually is a tough hand. He could Talented
Yes.
Darkness Fell Barrage now. Or he could do something like Fell Barrage Chaos Strike and just freeze his face. Freeze his own face. He could glide. There it is. However,
Yeah.
it means he's not acknowledging the board. And DimitriKazov's hand is it's not like the best.
No, but it's fine, isn't it? Fine. He wouldn't mind being glides, I'm sure, but it's okay. He can Primordial and Serpent Shrine and Wind Chill. He's got stuff going on that he can do.
Ooh, doesn't complete the quest.
Yeah, that's awkward.
That always feels bad, yeah, when you're 1 away. He's just trying to dig for Immolation Ore, because he knows he's going to need that for the Wild Paw Caverns.
Oh.
He wants to play cards here, for sure.
Yep. I think he wouldn't have minded a Zapper and just put it on the board, to be honest, to go with a Serpent Shrine. Might take the Thalnos or the Steward for something to do when you pick it up after Glide. Steward no good now, of course, really, but post-Glide, in a world where you're trying to get that last bit of damage, could come in handy. Thalnos more immediate impact, but if you're going to Portal anyway, then close one.
He knows that happens. He could go for, like, Blood Mage, Bloom, Serpent Shrine, Wind Chill.
Could, actually. Quite like that.
He would
Bloom
spend 3, but be drawing 2, so it would really only play around. It's the same as Serpent Shrine portaling. Ah! What is that? Such an eyesore.
It is, yeah.
However, if it were to stick and DimitriKazov were to press his hero power button,
Yeah.
then we got a party.
Got an eyesore, that's what we've got.
Its eyesore is all the way down. He doesn't want this at the eyesore. Ooh, nailed it.
Sharpshooter.
Yeah, beautifully done. Beautifully done. All right, here we go. Hero power? Never mind.
Yeah.
Already ruined it. I was gonna say hero power, Blood Mage Thalnos, Bloom Overdraft, Landslide. Boom. Glide me now.
Oh, what?
Wait a gosh darn second here.
He's going to
This is a
overdraft.
fully juiced multicaster we got going on here.
Has he decided there's no glide? Or decided if there's a glide, he's lost? One of those two things.
There is little time.
There's no glide. The only glide that's there right now is smack dab in the middle of the hand for pun, with absolutely zero way to get it into outcast position for many, many turns.
Yeah, it's not happening unless he draws one off the top.
Okay, Kurtrus is quite good here, though.
What have you sacrificed?
Yeah.
We'll give a target for Snowfall Guardian.
You want to go that way? Probably does. Yeah, he probably does. Can't push your glide luck forever. Get this stupid eyesore out of here. Eyesore. Look at it.
Shadows grow long.
I'm looking at it.
Get an eyesore.
Yep.
Alright, so he's got the clear if he wants it. Got cavern if he wants it.
I don't want to clear this.
He can.
I want to freeze it.
You want to do that now? You can. It's not a damage.
When else are you going to do it?
Never.
Yeah, exactly.
Or when I've got a parrot in hand, more to the point.
It's an 8/8.
It is an 8/8.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh, no. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do?
Yeah, the 8/8 with what? Obviously expendable, but that's horrific.
Yeah, that's the entire Expendables is kill an 8/8. And then he macaws next turn, and you're literally in the same exact position, but without an Expendables. Can't make Therodon, because he'll likely die, because he's still taking 8 damage. Actually, no, he's taking 11 damage, because he's giving his opponent some 1/3s.
So you have to Warblades.
Aldraki Warblades.
And Fell Barrage.
Are you killing the 8/8 though, or are you going face?
I am killing the 8/8 because the barrage will kill it. Oh, I see what you mean. It's a lot.
Yeah, he's gonna immo. He's setting up for a Jace next turn, I think.
Yeah, so you've got to go face.
Yikes!
All right.
It's definitely not enough damage.
Yet.
Oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
I wonder.
I really want to totem up, though. Just
Just
once, you know? Just get it out just once.
I think you've got to Viper.
It dumps a card. What, Viper Wildpaw Caverns? Ah, but then
I don't know what I want to do with
on the board.
But you've got to kill
Viper
that
Landslide. Totem! Totem. Totem. You're not playing, like, there's no good way to play around Glide. I like Frostbite Face, the damage just seems so inconsequential. It's, to be honest, it's probably better. I just don't care. I want to see the Eyesore buff something.
I realise. I've worked this one out. It's the most. I mean, I worked it out when I saw the eyesore. I've known you a while now.
All right.
And I knew you'd want to.
Let's take stock of the Jace here. We got 1 Chaos Strike, 1 Fell Barrage, 1 Immolation Aura.
Bad Jace. Bad.
Clears the board and deals 4 points of damage to his opponent, assuming that's in the correct order, assuming Immolation Aura happens first. It does.
Card.
It draws a single card. Oh, I forgot about the Fury. What? Oh, yeah. There's a Fury in there. It just doesn't show up because it was played at rank 2.
That's Wind Chill. See where you're at. Multicaster, probably. Studies, play a Phoenix. Some order. Maybe you don't play Multicaster.
That's like 1,000,000 mana. I think that always happens.
Phoenix, Prime Order. You can do all those things.
You said Caverns in there somewhere, too.
Oh, okay. That is 1,000,000 mana. Absolutely.
I don't even know. Whenever I get into these situations as Burn Shaman, I usually just concede. I can't handle it.
So the true win rate when you're not playing it, like you're ruining the stats for the Shaman.
What if you Wild Paw and then Frostbite the Jace?
Yeah, I was thinking that it might be good enough because you've got the multicaster, but the Frostbite's part of your lethal here. V Totem's now going to be so angry, by the way.
But like, if he needs to play Multicaster next turn to find lethal, he's not going to have enough mana for Frostbite anyway. Okay.
Sure. Also, well, if he finds a Bloom, he might.
Okay, need for greed. Oh, what's he looking for here? Bellscreen Blast, he needs some healing. Eldraki Warblades for the same reason. Yeah, Eldraki Warblades would be good here. Viper, nope.
Dimitri's Viper did like 7 damage or something.
Fury, still no Warblades. Dimitri needs a single burn spell off the top.
Yep.
He's got
but not a
double lightning bolt.
Portal's fine. Portal's fine.
Overdraft would work. He's not gonna have enough mana.
Well, I mean, is there a Bloom left? I don't know. They're both in his opener, weren't they? You laughed about.
There's a Bloom left. Yep. Not enough mana. He can't do it all. So you Frostbite. You got to Frostbite the Jace.
You have, yeah. Because the Cavern's going to produce another minion that you don't want to be produced right now.
So here's what I'm thinking. You Frostbite the Jace, you play 1 Novice Zapper, you Serpentine Portal Face. That's what I would do. There are so many good draws off the top for Pun. I'm talking about, like, there's double Fellscreen Blast, there's Eldraki Warblades, Immolation Aura.
Pun got very excited there. And then unexcited. Will he get excited again?
Well, because he had lethal the other way in Frost. Oh, does he still have lethal? Yeah, he still has it. That's lethal, right? He's got Fellfire, Deadeye, Expendable Performers. There's enough mana on board. He's got 10 mana. Am I crazy?
Just double.
Is he frozen?
He's not frozen. He's Pun.
Aim for the wheels.
9 and
he just
1.
wins.
9 and 1.
There you have it.
Pun's done it.
Has done the business. DJ, he's going, we think, to be top 4.
That is crazy. Yeah, I think Dimitri was like trying to put his little power on board. I forgot that he had wild ball caverns up because it felt like he kept getting a wild ball caverns at every point. So I was like, oh, there's only going to be like 6 health on board. Actually, 6 health. No, 6 health would have been slightly off, right?
Yeah.
But he's got just enough, not even just enough, 2 extra health to work with on the board. And Pun, after an incredibly tough series, back and forth the whole way, all the way to Game 5, both players playing out of their gosh darn minds.
Yep.
I don't think I can remember a better played series of Hearthstone in like a long time.
Yeah, it was a very different sort of good play to what we've been seeing in recent times as well. We've seen the likes of Pascoa playing to either his outs or playing around his opponent's outs for like combo style lethals. This, on both sides, was constant counting, constant not making a single slip up. Like, we saw Dimitri playing around a carriel. We saw Pun putting the right amount of damage on the board to kill and not let Dimitri do that in the previous game. We've seen all this cut and thrust of exact numbers. Now that sounds easy, but under this pressure, with so many variables, it's not easy. They've tiptoed around the magic numbers for a good hour here. And as far as we've seen, very few mistakes, if any.
Yeah, because that was like not a great hand for Pun, to be quite honest. Like he was running on fumes for a lot of that game there. And yeah, he left himself vulnerable to turns, but he did the best he could with what he had. And he can't really help that DimitriKazov like just didn't draw the burn. He just kept the board clear as much as possible, healed when he could, dealt with the board when he could. Like Jace timing, I think, was a big deal there. It wasn't the best Jace. Like, he knew that it was enough to clear the board and push a little bit of damage, and that's all he needed, right? Mm-hmm. Drawing aggressively through his deck, even though he wasn't completing quests, even though like he wasn't hitting the removal that he did, he still kept chugging along because he knew that if he could make it to a certain damage, like a health break point on the board, that he would get there. So, you know, props to both players. Because that was, like I said, one of the best played series of Hearthstone that I've seen from both sides in a very long time. And they're both going to be rewarded for it. Even though Dimitri lost, like we said earlier, he got the 8 points, so he clinched a top 4 and clinched a top 2. And from your calculations, Pun as well has clinched his top 4 to 7 points.
Yeah, it's a tie between Pascoa, Pun, and Frozen. That's definitely a thing that's happened. 2 of those
7 points.
Top 4. And Frozen, from what I can see, and again, I just want to keep reiterating, I'm not official and I may make mistakes. Frozen has only played Pun in that sort of 3-way tie, and he lost. So he has a tiebreaker of 0%. Sorry, he's only played Pascoa and he lost, so he's got 0%. Pascoa beat Frozen. He's also played Pun twice. I think they won 1 each. It doesn't really matter because as long as they've won at least 1 each, they're both above 0%. So again, I'm not official, but I think it is Frozen that misses out in that situation.
Okay, well, we'll wait and see. I ain't going to say anything definitive here, but I think I agree with your calculations. But for now, Neil, we're going to have to say goodbye to you momentarily because it looks like we have Pun on the line for an interview. Goodbye, Neil. Hello, Pun. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. First off,
okay.
Congratulations. I don't know if you could hear me, but I was talking to Neil. Both you and Dimitri, that was one of the best played series of Hearthstone I've watched in a long time. Very high level. You couldn't see Dimitri's perspective, but both of you playing around a lot of things. What was kind of going through your mind? You looked really nervous at the end there, obviously. But what was going through your mind during that last game?
Well, he had just like bursted me from hand the last game, so I was just terrified that that was going to happen again. And I don't know, I was just praying that he wouldn't have it. I was missing like my Falcon Blast, which I was looking for. Second out jockey, first one got Vipered. Just really scary, trying to stay alive. I was not comfortable on that.
Yeah.
I'm like 13 health.
Yeah, I could see. I could tell. You didn't look comfortable. So you came into this week with only 2 points. So obviously not a great situation to be in 2 points. And obviously now you're at 7, likely to make it into a top 4 and make it the Grandmasters last call. But how did like your prep go this week, knowing that it was almost win or bust or finals or bust? What did your prep look like going into the week?
I didn't go for like a super risky lineup. It's kind of hard to do that in LHS, but I just went for good decks. I thought these are like really good decks. They have nice matchups, good counters, seemed good, and just tried to play it best I could, and it worked out.
What do you think is the best deck in the metagame right now?
I would have to say it is Ramp Druid.
Ramp Druid.
If I were to pick.
I thought you were going to be a Burn Shaman gamer. No,
Burn Shaman, Ramp
not a Burn
Druid,
Shaman gamer.
Fel DH, all up there. Top 3.
Okay. And this is a question that I've been discussing with Neil and some of the other casters over the course of the weekend. Fel Demon Hunter's win rate on ladder is like terrible, whereas like Burn Shaman and Ramp Druid are actually pretty good. This might be a hard question to answer because it's very in depth, and I know this is like your first interview, so I'm kind of like throwing you in the deep end here right off the bat. But why do you think like so many players think Fel Demon Hunter is like one of the best decks in competitive? Why does it struggle on ladder versus in competitive play? Is it just because it's like pro players have it's so hard that pro players just have a better handle on the deck?
Yeah, I'd say that's part of it. It is a hard deck, and for sure. But I would say like a big reason is also because Ramp Druid is such a good deck, and it just blows it out on ladder. It's really hard to climb with Demon Hunter. The Druid just stomps it.
From what we've seen this weekend, it feels like Druid just stomps everything. So I agree with your choice for Ramp Druid being the best deck. So because it's your first interview, I kind of know the answer, but what are the origins of the name Pun?
It is short for a name that I had to begin with, and it is a little embarrassing, so I'm not going to say what it was, but it is short for the first name I had when I made it when I was like 12 or something. I'll let you guys try to guess what it is, but I'm not saying it. It's very embarrassing.
I'm a little bit disappointed because I thought it was because you just really loved puns.
I've grown to love them. You know, I still love my name. I like puns. But that is unfortunately not the origin of my name.
Well, there goes my follow-up question, because my follow-up question was going to be, well, because you named yourself after puns, which you love so much, what's your favorite pun? Mm-hmm. But now I'm not going to even ask you that because you disappointed me with that answer, but that's okay. Last question. This means that you're guaranteed qualified for playoffs, and we're guessing that you've actually made it to top 4. Did you expect coming into the season, like looking at the rest of the field of America's Grandmasters, did you have expectations of yourself to go to playoffs and be in consideration for like the top of the league as soon as you came in your first season?
Yeah, for sure. I had high expectations. I kind of slacked in the months up to GM. I wasn't playing as much because I got kind of bored of the game a little bit. but so I didn't have too much practice going into my first week. I tried to like jam everything in, and it didn't really work out. And I did bad that first week, and it was pretty sad. I started to, lose some of my hope, but just kept going, tried my best, and glad it worked out.
Yeah, certainly did. 0 points week 1, 2 points week 2, 5 points week 3. Just improved all the way. And it was a pleasure to watch. I thought you played fantastically today. And like I said, one of the most entertaining, well-played series I've seen in a long time in that last match versus DimitriKazov. So once again, Pun, congratulations. And thanks for joining me for the interview. And we'll see you for the playoffs in 2 weeks.
All right, thank you.
Bye. And Neil's back.
Yuppie.
Hello, Neil.
Hello. Nice to hear.
So his name is not based off puns.
No.
We were wrong the whole time.
It's almost as if we'd have done that anyway.
Yeah. Even if he had we'd had an interview with him before the season started, he's like, no, my name's not based off puns. I
hate puns.
I'm going to like puns
Never make
just because
puns.
I've had to. But even if he said, I hate puns. Even if he'd said he'd hate puns, we probably would have just said, well, just because you hate them, it just makes us want to do it more. But yeah, Pun, a lot of confidence in himself coming into the season, and what he said makes a lot of sense, right? He came into the season out of practice, and it seemed like just the competition kind of reignited the play in him, because it did seem like he improved week to week. We didn't even get to see him week 1 because he went 0 points. And then this week he came in and just played some lights out Hearthstone and won the week because of it. So very impressive stuff from Mr. Pun, which I'm guessing is short for Punisher Man.
Punisher Man.
Yeah.
Plays Dragon Man.
Yeah.
World Championships.
Yep.
We will call him Punisher Man forever.
Yeah, and actually he, because we did this exact same thing when GamerRvg won last season, he moonlights as a DJ, so he's actually MC Punisher Man.
But it works. What goes through your head sometimes? Bannerface has got MC in his name.
Yeah. All right. Well, Neil, it's about that time, okay? It is time for us to say goodbye, and this will be the last time we ever say goodbye in a regular season of a regional broadcast of Grandmasters. So this is a big one, and you've been building up to it all week. You've copped that the last 2 weeks. But it's time for us to say goodbye. So, Neil, say your words. What are your final words?
Bye.
That's it. That's what you've been saving up all week?
The second I do it, the thing that I'm going to do at some point, you won't be on edge anymore. So
yeah. I'm always nervous.
I have to keep it going, because if I do it, well, I'm not going to do multiple bad endings, right? Or good endings from where I'm sat. So I have to keep just postponing it one more time. So yeah, goodbye everybody. Thank you for watching. It's been great. I've really enjoyed the last regional Grandmasters ever of weekly regular seasons.
There you go. Well, like we said, it is the end of the last regular season of a regional broadcast of Grandmasters. However, we still have a lot of Hearthstone action coming up the next few weeks. We are taking a break from Grandmasters for a week. Next week, we actually have the next Masters Tour, which is Masters Tour Ruins of Alterac, which will take place on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's going to start at 8 a.m. Pacific time or 11 a.m. Eastern time. So it is in America's time zone Masters Tour. So set your alarms, mark your calendars, do whatever you can, because that's going to be a great one. You can see a lot of high skill cap decks in the metagame. A lot can be broken wide open. We're going back to Conquest, which we haven't been in a few weeks, at least in competitive play. So that's going to be good. And then the following week, we're going to be back for Grandmasters playoffs, where we're going to see who's going to get those coveted spots at the World Championship. So a lot coming up. But that is going to do it for us here at America's Grandmasters. From myself, from Lorinda, and from the entire broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time for more Hearthstone action.
He's fist pumping, he did it! Oh my gosh.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right before his cards green! He got there!
Oh.
Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lavi with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.